me show you where again, bro.
Would you
What if
have
I let me
braved the
work, bro?
extreme weather just to get these waves on camera? Let me know in the comments. Storm Shocker. The waves of the North Sea are hardly a laughing matter. Footage captured on an emergency response and rescue vessel from 2016 shows how Storm Gertrude whipped up some
Tell me your shit
stomach-churning
over again, bro.
waves, with
Tell me
many
if I let me
estimated to
work,
be
bro.
almost
Balls
100
to you,
feet high.
My shit ain't gonna work. Tell me that shit ain't gonna work.
These incredibly
Look.
brave teams are responsible for the safety of people
Look.
on offshore installations. Boats like this one are only launched when weather conditions are too severe for normal rescue craft. Even so, these boats only reach about 160 feet in length, and against powerful 100-foot waves, they tend to run the risk
Oh,
of
yeah, nah,
needing
you
their
going
own
to science
rescue
school,
team.
bro.
Just listen to the sound of the vessel
Science school.
creaking under its own weight.
Get up, bitch. Get up, bitch.
It's amazing that the ship hasn't sunk under the weight of the crew's iron determination. Big Wave Brave.
Alright?
As
Me this
staggering as
bitch.
the waves of Storm
Why
Gertrude
is
were for this
my
incredible rescue vessel, they weren't the largest they've ever encountered. Back in 2013, this commendable crew, who are dedicated to
there you
two
go.
oil platforms around
There you go.
115 miles northeast of the Shetland Isles, hit some rough weather. But wait, that was the good part. Because in the pitch black of night, these rolling waves became utterly nightmare inducing. That may have made some of you feel seasick, but it's not over yet. Just wait until you see the mother of all monster waves that they had to face head on.
Come on, baby. Up. Crazy, man. Come on, man.
That's the money shot.
How on earth are these guys laughing? Ugh, my heart's pounding so hard from watching this that I just inadvertently reached for my water wings. But how about you? Would you have the courage to ride out any of these staggeringly sized waves? Or have you seen any that were even bigger? Let me know down in the comments below. And thanks for watching.
Let me tell you what I drink, bro. Should never come. Should never come home.
No throne is given for free. Only those who seize it or die before they reach it. The last one standing is the one we call king.
Hey, bro, you good. I'm good, brother. Hey, bro.
And this is their kingdom.
Do it, bro. Happy? Don't do it, G.
Sunlight pours across the Serengeti plains like golden lava spreading
Don't
over
do it,
every
G.
blade of grass, every lone acacia, every speck of dust suspended in the scorching air. This is Africa, the continent where life never stops moving and death is never more than one step away.
Don't do it, G.
In the chest-high grass, a golden shadow lies motionless, a lioness not resting,
That bubble got
waiting.
an ass on it. Bro, you find out that bubble got an ass on it, bro.
Her body weighs over 130 pounds, stretching nearly 6.5 feet long, pressed flat against the earth.
Just see what happens.
Her pale golden coat
11 minutes ago?
blends
Really?
perfectly into the sea of dry grass, transforming the apex predator into an invisible ghost in broad daylight.
Woo! Alright. Nope.
Golden eyes narrow, locking onto a herd of topi antelope over 300 feet away.
To some, big waves mean big adventure. But if you're anything like me, something like this, or this, makes you feel seasick. There are places all around the globe renowned for their gigantic waves, and only the most skilled, brave, and crazy people in the world have the guts to try and conquer them. But the cleverest also make sure to get it on camera. Nazaré Nightmares. Let's start our thrill-seeking hunt in Nazaré, Portugal. Daredevils all over the world know the name of this place because of the sheer size of the waves that are seen off its coast. Like this monster captured on camera back in 2014. Just look at the size of it. But there's actually a lot more going on beneath the water. You see, underneath the surf lies Nazaré Canyon, an undersea canyon which has a maximum depth of about 16,000 feet. Normally, when waves travel towards a shore, they're slowed down as the bottom of the ocean gets shallower. But in Nazaré, the canyon causes the water to get incredibly deep before it's approached to shore, resulting in waves that climb really big really suddenly. That's why world record-breaking surf records are usually made here, like this once 78-foot world record-breaking ride from Garrett McNamara back in 2011. How does he make it look so easy? Well, I'm not so sure about easy. McNamara later revealed that the water hitting him from that height felt like a ton of bricks smashing onto his shoulders. And if you thought that wave was scary, check out this one, surfed by Lucas Chumbo Chianca on February 2017. Between October and March, high winds blowing in from the North Atlantic Ocean generate waves like this, some of which can be over 100 feet tall. So when I tell you that the current world record for largest wave ever surfed is this 80-foot high beast, I expect a standing ovation. This madcap is Rodrigo Cocha, who smashed the previous world record in 2018 by surfing down this gigantic wave.
So,
If I was the one attempting a feat like that, the sea wouldn't be blue, it would be brown. Before we look at even more massive waves, make sure to sail on over to that like and subscribe button. I put out new videos every day, so instead of searching the 7 seas for your amazing fact fix, just head on over to Be Amazed and smash that little bell icon so you never miss out on new content. Are you ready for your next adrenaline rush? Let's go! Tsunami Scare. You'd be forgiven for thinking that the power of a massive wave comes only from its height, but footage from the Japanese tsunami of 2011 proves that wrong in a terrifying way. After a magnitude 9.0 earthquake off the coast of Tohoku, the Japanese Coast Guard encountered this behemoth wave just 3.3 miles from the shore. But how could a wall of water that long and high just suddenly appear in the ocean? Well, during the earthquake, the seabed on one side of a fault line had suddenly lifted. This lifted a vast expanse of water along with it, called a tsunami front. According to the estimates of the panicked Coast Guards, this particular front was some 30 feet tall, leaving them with no choice but to try and get over it. But then it gets worse. A second wave was suddenly reported less than 1.5 miles from their location. As the earthquake continued to jolt the seabed, it sent out another tsunami front. But this one was apparently even bigger than the one before. With so much force behind them, these massive waves traveled about 6 miles inland. As you can see in this jaw-dropping footage, they damaged almost everything in their way. Entire villages and towns were swept away, and the Japanese government estimates that 5 million tons of debris were swept offshore. Damage costs from the earthquake and tsunami soared to $300 billion, while 20,000 people were reported dead and another 2,500 missing. Sadly, many are still unaccounted for to this day. Biscay Bedlam. The Bay of Biscay is notorious for its violent storms and large waves because it's exposed to the rough Atlantic Ocean. But even on a calm-looking day, the seas of this bay definitely aren't to be trusted. Not even by sturdy oil and chemical tankers. Just take a look.
Infowars.
This tanker, called the Pink Coral, was sailing to Rotterdam when it encountered a huge rogue wave that rocked the entire ship from side to side. And that's no small feat, seeing as the Pink Coral is over 100 feet in width. For some perspective, that's almost the same as rocking a Boeing 737 nose to tail. Rogue waves, sometimes called freak or killer waves, are extreme waves whipped up by high winds. These gigantic walls of water can be more than twice the height of the surrounding waves, and as their name suggests, they're almost totally unpredictable. Because if you could foresee such bone-chilling displays of nature, who in their right mind would willingly sail out into them? Not me, that's for sure. Cruise ship chaos. If you ask me, cruises are meant to be relaxing vacations, exploring the world by sea. Alas, I've never been on one. Mainly because I'm not a 60-year-old divorcee who enjoys cabin fever and terrible buffets. But even I know they shouldn't roll around like this.
There you go.
You okay?
Competitive.
MV Viking Sky cruise ship, caught in the waves of a terrible storm off the coast of Norway back in 2019. The ship was carrying 1,300 passengers and crew when it lost power and was pummeled by the extreme weather. Reports even stated waves in this area reached almost 60 feet in height. Usually, the hulls of these ships are broad enough to prevent big waves from tilting them this badly. But when you consider that the ship itself is only about 100 feet wide and was dead in the water, it's not surprising that it was threatening to do a barrel roll. But MV Viking Sky isn't the only cruise ship to have been challenged by some giant waves. Just take a look at this soul-crushing footage supposedly taken from the bridge of the P&O Andonia, then known as the Sea Princess.
Don't even attempt. Don't speak
This
English.
footage, uploaded in
If you're rocking
2008,
a Mexican
shows a
flag,
cruise
you
ship
live in America,
dropping
bro.
down the back of
I'm
a wave that
deporting
was
you.
so high it
Call me a
caused the bridge
snitch.
crew to smash into the floor. Whilst the descriptions of this footage claims it's the Sea Princess, there are no reports that the ship was caught in these drastic conditions. However, around the same time in 2008, the cruise ship Pacific Sun was caught in a hellscape of 50-knot winds and 25-foot waves, about 400 miles off the coast of New Zealand. CCTV footage shows the tilt of the ship was so steep that furniture was flung across the rooms, and around 40 guests were injured.
Yes. Let's keep it clean and move there for free content and then try.
Self-proclaimed armchair detectives out there who can tell me whether these two bits of footage could actually be from the same event? If you guys have any stories of your own about getting caught in some gnarly weather at sea, let me know down below. I'll grab a paper bag and get back to some of my favorites. Aircraft carrier versus typhoon. Seeing ships and surfers getting battered by waves is one thing, but watching an aircraft carrier battle against the giant waves of a typhoon has to be one of the most macho events ever caught on camera. Around 2008, the USS Kitty Hawk was making its way along the North Pacific Ocean when it encountered Typhoon Fengsheng, with winds of 51 miles per hour that whipped up waves around 38 feet high. Considering this aircraft carrier measures over 200 feet from the waterline to its highest point, these waves were hardly a threat. Although it's pretty incredible to watch something that cost $400 million to build getting thrown about like a toy boat in a bathtub. But with all that money, couldn't they have installed something a little more impressive than those school bus style windshield wipers? Kitty Hawkward. Tanker versus monster waves. If these single giant waves already had you trembling in your boots, imagine facing a whole series of them. Let's take a look at this footage of a small bulk carrier ship, which is a kind of merchant ship, taking on the giant waves of a West African storm.
By September. Julian.
These are way more than just choppy seas. Whilst the channel Deep Sea that uploaded this ungodly footage to YouTube didn't mention where the storm took place, they do state that the waves were about 20 feet high. That may not seem like much, but wave after wave of this power and height has the potential to do some serious damage. And if you ask me, those waves look a lot higher than 20 feet. What do you think? Give me your best guesses in the comments below. Oil rig rollers. Choosing to work on the open sea is one thing, but opting to live on an oil rig means you can't always escape the giant waves coming your way. Just ask the crew of the Dunbar oil rig. Located off the UK's east coast, this static rig is planted to the ocean floor and has a deck that's 164 feet long, 98 feet wide, and 72 feet high. That's one massive structure. That is, until you compare it to the waves that pummeled it on Christmas Day in 2013. That gaping void beneath the deck looks like it's almost the same height as the deck itself. That means the water surges filling that void and hammering the rig must have been about 70 feet tall. Apparently, the waves were so violent that morning, they woke up all the staff. What a terrifying gift to receive from Mother Nature herself on Christmas Day. But not all components of oil rig operations are planted to the ocean floor. Take the Bornholm Dolphin, for example, which is a floating accommodation platform around 145 miles east of Scotland. That's right, this semi-submersible accommodation station stays anchored to the spot using an electric and hydraulic mooring winch system. And thank God it does. Otherwise, these giant waves might have dragged the rig ashore. When hurricane-force winds of 113 miles per hour ripped across Scotland back in 2015, they whipped up colossal waves that could be seen rising to the platform's full height. Oof, anyone else feeling a little seasick right now? Sea surge. The Southern Ocean isn't the only sea famous for its deadly conditions. Between the UK and Norway lies the North Sea. And thanks to its hellish weather and high number of shipping accidents, it's considered one of the world's most dangerous seas. Single waves in this region have been known to reach a monstrous 83 feet in height, but scientists believe they can get much bigger. Don't believe me? Just take a look at this footage taken from the bridge of a vessel in the North Sea storm. You can hear a Scottish sailor laughing with what can only be described as delirium at such a lucky escape. What is it with sailors laughing at these near-death experiences instead of pooping their pants with fear? Especially when you consider that, according to the British publication The Express, that wave reached a colossal 100 feet in height. Had the ship been any smaller, the force of the water could easily have spelled disaster for them. How do you think you would have reacted if you were on the bridge of this ship? Tanker trouble. Do you remember Storm Nemo?
Oh, shit hit the tip of my
My
nut.
Blizzard
Yo, Scholar, bro, go fuck
northeast
yourself,
of
bro.
America and Canada.
You guys are all
Forcing
getting blocked, bro.
governments
You
like
guys are
those of
coming at this
Massachusetts
fucking,
and New York
these
to
fucking
declare a state
spot,
of emergency.
fucking
While
slot, bro.
most
You
places
get
were
blocked,
dealing
bro.
with almost 3 feet of snow and winds of up to 105 miles per hour, those at sea had an even worse time. Not only were they battling all those elements, but they also had a series of 30 to 40-foot waves to deal with.
Call me a stitch up for fuck. That's fuck out of here, bro. Stop trying to fucking get these fake followers. What the fuck am I gonna do with fake followers, bro? Fucking joke for free, bro.
Usually, ships like this 748-foot tanker try to avoid high-caliber storms. It prevents the likelihood of them being rolled over by the powerful waves and becoming accidental submarines. But being caught short around 700 miles off the coast of Newfoundland in winds of almost 90 miles per hour clearly gave this captain no choice but to press on.
Or chat.
Down.
Or use your app and do the plan. Clever plus off Twitch behavior.
They bravely plowed on through those horrifying-looking waves. But that cameraman must have been certifiably crazy to step out onto the deck.
Yes, right there. Yes. Fucking faggot. Scam. Yes.
Would you have braved the extreme weather just to get these waves on camera? Let me know in the comments. Storm Shocker. The waves of the North Sea are hardly a laughing matter. Footage captured on an emergency response and rescue vessel.
Tired of profiles attempting to
churning waves, with
give
waves
me
estimated to be almost
fake
100
accounts
feet high.
for viewers.
You dig? Well, thank you
These
guys.
incredibly
Okay.
brave teams are responsible for the safety of people on offshore installations. Boats like this one are only launched when weather conditions are too severe for normal rescue craft. Even so, these boats only reach about 160 feet in length, and against powerful 100-foot waves, they tend to run the risk of needing their own rescue team. Just listen to the sound of the vessel creaking under its own weight.
Alright, Big W. Remind me of your name again. Or Rinze. W or Rinze, man. Battle of Jollof. Check them out, chat, show love. Yeah? Thank you so much.
It's amazing that the ship hasn't sunk under the weight of the crew's iron determination.
Alright, chat.
Big
Oh.
waves brave. As staggering as the waves of Storm Gertrude were for this incredible rescue vessel, they weren't the largest they've ever encountered. Back in 2013, this commendable crew, who are dedicated to 2 oil platforms around 115 miles northeast of the Shetland Isles, hit some rough weather.
We'll be showing them out. Bro, Marlon just crept on me, bro. I was thinking, bro, who the hell is this? Hey, no, that was a sick stand. I'm not gonna lie, that was proper sick.
But wait, that was the good part, because in the pitch black of night, these rolling waves became utterly nightmare-inducing.
Bro, that was a sick set. Bro, that Nigeria stand, that is wavy, man. Like, obviously, we always joke about the battles of Loft and stuff, but actually seen a stand.
That may have made some of you feel seasick, but it's not over yet. Just wait until you see the mother of all monster waves that they had to face head on.
Oh shit, right. I just want to know about this. There you go.
Hey, nah.
There you go.
Like
Get a
that
little
Nike
boost
foot,
from me,
nah.
bro. You welcome.
Nike foot, sorry. Nike foot, man. Look at this.
How on earth are these guys laughing? Ugh, my heart's pounding so hard from watching this that I just inadvertently reached for my water wings. But how about you? Would you have the courage to ride out any of these staggering
There you go. See, you
skies
boost from me,
moves?
dub.
Or have you seen any that were even
Wow,
bigger?
see?
Let me know down in the comments below.
Hello.
And
Hey,
thanks
what's
for
up?
watching.
Go on, what's your name?
I'm Jessa.
Jessa.
I'm Coco Culture.
Bro, what's wrong with my mic, dude?
Tell us about Coco Culture.
Coco Culture is a women's
Oh,
brand, which is fun, sporty, girly, New York vibes, and
So, my community, they call the Sam Fam. So, my name's Sam Fam. They're called the Sam Fam. So, I'm the family. But,
Tsunami.
SFM.
The ocean's deadliest force.
And I got Queen. So, I got my SFM Queen.
Giant waves with immense
God, bro, what
power.
the heck?
SFM Queen. Put the Queen emote in the chat right now.
Queen Emote in the chat. The Coco and SFM.
Massive, unstoppable, deadly.
A level of destruction that was, over hundreds of miles of the coastline.
We will travel the globe investigating some of the world's most devastating tsunamis. Each packing more punch. Each taking us one step closer to a mega tsunami. A wave that will not just rewrite the record books, it will erase them.
Wait, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, pass that, duck.
Okay, this one is the same one that you're wearing, but different
How's it
color.
go?
No coastline on the planet is truly safe from tsunamis.
I like
They're
this.
caused by massive displacements of water, triggered by the Earth's most powerful forces, earthquakes, landslides, and volcanic eruptions.
As long as we have earthquakes on Earth and landslides, the various phenomena that create tsunamis, we're going to have tsunami waves. It's just a matter of time when the next one strikes.
Tsunamis are dramatically different from the typical waves that constantly sweep across the planet. They can travel faster than 800 kilometers per hour. They can stretch for thousands of square
Oh, you
kilometers
little
across
fucking
the
son of a bitch
ocean's
ass, bro.
surface. They strike with huge mass and terrifying velocity. The most common method of gauging their height is run-up, the wave's highest point of impact on land. Each tsunami profile here has a higher run-up than the last. Over 100
Special, huh?
tsunamis have struck in the past 1
Oh,
year,
you faked me
killing
out.
hundreds of thousands
Yeah,
and
much.
destroying billions of dollars of property. But they are not the biggest tsunamis to strike the planet. Scientists have found startling evidence that even larger waves have occurred in the past, mega tsunamis.
These things have been described as culture-ending events.
Experts believe that a mega tsunami lies in our future. To understand its power, scale, and potential, we'll first investigate 5 of the most destructive tsunamis of the past 60
Ah,
years.
fucking cunt. I always fuck up.
Each has its own character, each has its own story, each
Give me
brings
that,
us
bitch.
closer to a mega disaster.
Ah, ass slut. Yeah, you fucking bitch. Shit.
Hawaii is a tropical paradise that attracts millions of tourists. But this Pacific island holds its
Boy,
own
bump the
secrets.
time, you know what I'm
It's
saying?
marked by more tsunamis
I
than
feel like
almost
I gotta give him a
anywhere
little
else on the
buddy
planet.
bump, you know what I'm saying?
Sitting as they do
Yeah.
in the middle of the Pacific Ocean are affected by tsunamis from all regions of the Pacific.
The Ring of Fire is a volatile fracture zone surrounding the Pacific Ocean plate. 90% of the world's earthquakes occur here. Earthquakes are the most common cause of tsunamis, which is why Hawaii gets hit often and from all directions.
Destructive tsunamis struck here in 1837, 1868, 1877, 1923, 1946, 52, 57, 60, 64.
This makes it the unofficial tsunami capital of the Pacific.
Honestly, my favorite cheese is
2:28 a.m., April 1st, 1946. A magnitude 8.1 earthquake rips through the Aleutian Islands off the coast of Alaska. A huge stretch of the ocean floor is uplifted, displacing the entire column of water above it. A massive pulse of energy propels a wall of water, a tsunami, towards Hawaii at nearly 800 kilometers per hour.
So why are you not taking her with you?
I would love to. I really want to go to London.
Yeah, you should all pop up in London. Hella London girls.
Where should we pop up in London?
Peckham.
Peckham.
Yeah. It's the best. No.
3,800 kilometers away, in a small seaside village of Laupahoehoe, children and teachers gather to prepare for the day's classes. Marsu McShane is one of the teachers.
We were in our cottages, and the Aki owners who lived in that house that's no longer there knocked on our door and said, "Come see the tidal wave."
Man, why do you make that shit sound like 3 words? Come see the tidal wave.
We looked over, and the wave, ocean sucked out.
Come see that tidal
And
wave.
then it came in a little bit more, like emptying a bathtub, and sucked out again. And we said, "This is a tidal wave?
Come see the tidal wave.
I don't think much of that."
What Marsu doesn't know is that tsunamis are not single waves. They move forward in what's known as a tsunami train, a group of waves of many different sizes. First waves are seldom the largest, so what appears to be insignificant is actually the precursor to something much, much bigger.
And then it did it again. And this time, it went in further and sucked out more. And we thought, a twin tidal wave, how interesting and odd.
As the water recedes, an extraordinary 152 meters, Marsu and her roommates pose for a photograph. Marsu stands captivated while a third wave approaches.
Famous last words, I said, "I hope this will be a big one." And it kept coming. And that was the first time we ever thought to be afraid.
As the tsunami approaches shore, it behaves like a giant train wreck. The front of the wave slows, while the back continues to push. The wave's energy is compressed, forcing it to stand and lift out of the sea.
This got bigger, and so we dropped the camera, ran inside. I can remember the water just crashed in the windows. The roof fell down.
The wave tosses Marsu like a rag doll, at first in towards the school, but then suddenly out towards the sea.
And I knew I was gonna die.
Oh, but she's still alive though.
Marsu spends the next 9 hours clinging to debris before finally being rescued. She is the only lucky one. All of her roommates perish. At the school, 16 children and 5 teachers are lost. But the tsunami is not finished with Hawaii. 37 kilometers south of Laupahoehoe, the sleepy trading town of Hilo Bay is also caught unawares. Here, the tsunami destroys nearly 500 homes and businesses, kills 96, and injures hundreds.
Descriptions of the 1946 tsunami were that it came across the breakwater with the greatest of ease, just overcame it, and then washed across town. Other people describe seeing boulders blasted out as the water surged across.
Walter Dudley is an oceanographer from the University of Hawaii in Hilo Bay. For more than 20 years, he's studied tsunamis. One of his most significant findings is that their destructive power is caused not just by the wave itself, but also by what's underneath them.
Well, one of the things that makes them such an interesting phenomenon to study is that they are all different. And as they travel across the oceans, they're affected by the ocean floor along their tracks. So the waves are constantly being bent or refracted. And then as they come ashore, they are further altered.
No two pieces of coastline are the same. Each has its own unique undersea topography that affects the waves differently. In Hilo, it is the natural rounded shape of the bay.
You can think of a bathtub. and as little children get in a bathtub, they can slosh the water back and forth, and they quickly find out that there's a speed at which the water will really move.
The first two waves to hit the bathtub-shaped Hilo Bay caused the water to slosh back and forth. When a third wave arrived, it combined with the sloshing water to produce a larger and more destructive wave.
It pretty much wiped out everything that was on the ocean side of town. In the main parts of downtown, it picked up the railway and it twisted the railway rails into pretzels.
The third wave reached a run-up height of 9 meters.
What?
It destroyed most of the foreshore of Hilo Bay. But less than 15 years after the 46 disaster, Hawaii would again be hit by a deadly tsunami. A wave bigger than the last that would defy logic and bring Hilo to its knees once more. On May 22, 1960, the largest earthquake in recorded history ruptures the Earth's crust off the coast of Chile. 1,000 kilometers of the ocean floor is violently thrust up 20 meters, spawning a monster tsunami. It's so huge and powerful that it crosses the entire Pacific Ocean, slamming into Hawaii on the way.
Bitch. You believe in having a true.
This time, technology installed since the 1946 quake warns residents of Hilo Bay 5 hours in advance. But the warning falls on deaf ears.
In the preceding 12 years, about 3 out of 4 alarms had turned out to be small tsunamis. So instead of inspiring fear, let's get away from this potential disaster, I think it inspired curiosity, because it is a fascinating phenomenon. Let's go down and watch.
Although the civil defense were saying people evacuate, there were a lot of us, me included, that out of curiosity went down to look, to see what was going to happen.
Local real estate agent Al Inouye and many others assume that because this wave is coming from the southeast and Hilo faces the north, the bay will be spared. They are wrong. Just after midnight, the first wave strikes.
You could hear people yelling and screaming behind me that were being caught in the wave. That was an experience because, and it still stays in my mind, all this screaming and yelling, and I couldn't do anything about it. It sounded like several trains, rushing down a track. I mean, it was really a roar, and, you can hear the crashing of houses against each other. It's hard to describe. It was just a sound that you don't want to hear again. I mean, it was horrible.
Dawn breaks on a nightmare. 61 people are dead and more than 700 buildings destroyed or severely damaged. The 1960 tsunami took locals and experts by surprise. After thorough study, scientists discovered a remarkable aspect of the tsunami. As the wave reached the shallow water off the southeast coast of the island, the middle of the wave slowed, while the outside of the wave kept moving, causing the wave to wrap around the island. Then, just as in 1946, the natural shape of the bay added to the tsunami's destructive power. This time, the largest wave had a run-up height of 10.5 meters, 1.5 meters higher than in 1946. But Hawaii wasn't the only location struck by the monster tsunami. It roared thousands of kilometers across the Pacific, striking virtually every coast, including Japan, where 122 people died.
Tsunamis have an incredible amount of energy, and as they travel across the ocean, they use up very, very little of that. It's when they come ashore that all that energy is unleashed.
The 1946 and 1960 tsunamis gave scientists new insights into the complex behavior and ocean-crossing power of these giant waves. But when a local tsunami hits Japan, it strikes with larger and more powerful waves than the 46 and 60 Hawaiian tsunamis combined. And there's no time to evacuate. And later, a tsunami that combines sudden impact with awesome size, a mega disaster. The 1946 and 1960 Hawaiian tsunamis had run-up heights of 9 and 10.5 meters. Shaped and intensified by the ocean floor and coastline, they smashed the island communities with unexpected force. But there's another tsunami hotspot, where a larger and more deadly wave struck, without warning.
I wouldn't be able to do that for my fucking...
Second only to Hawaii, Japan is the most tsunami-prone location in the Pacific. The Japanese have been hit so many times by these giant waves that they created the word tsunami, meaning harbor wave, to describe these terrifying events. These waves can come from as far away as Chile or as close as 80 kilometers offshore. The locally generated tsunamis pose the greatest danger. They strike within minutes of being formed and with awesome power.
Fuck, I just noticed it right when I fucking did that. Right when I did it. Right when I did it.
10:17 p.m., July 12, 1993. A magnitude 7.8 earthquake rips the ocean floor off the coast of Hokkaido. The epicenter is only 80 kilometers from the tiny island of Okushiri and generates one of the biggest and most destructive tsunamis Japan has ever experienced.
Come on, J. Come on, J.
Fisherman Jiro Adachi from the village of Aonai knows about tsunamis. He survived one 10 years earlier that also hit Okushiri.
Oh my God, I need to fucking take that.
When Jiro feels the earthquake, he knows a tsunami is probable.
Why is he over here?
He quickly evacuates his wife and children from their seaside home, sending them to higher ground in the car while he shuts off the gas. He moves swiftly, but not swiftly enough. Just 4 minutes after the quake, the first wave hits him with overwhelming force as it surges to an incredible 15 meters.
It started to pull me back into the sea. I held on to something and thought that I must run to the mountain.
Somehow, Jiro manages to find firm ground.
Why my connection fucking up?
He flees to the safety of a nearby hill.
Why?
In a few terrifying minutes, the tsunami destroys 80 houses and fishing shacks.
Fine, bro. Everything's
The danger
fine.
is not over. Out of the darkness, a second wave strikes. Homes, boats, cars and trucks, spared by the first wave, are smashed to pieces. Fires erupt as gas pipes burst. Aonai is under siege. Jiro and other survivors rush to the waterfront to help the injured.
We heard people shouting for help. They were calling, "Help me, help me." I heard a lot of voices, women's voices and children's voices.
Suddenly, amidst the cries for help, Jiro hears something that chills his heart.
Suddenly I heard a familiar voice between wave breaks, so I shouted, "Achan, is that you, Achan?" And then I heard, "Daddy." I heard that from the darkness.
His young daughter is somewhere in the raging sea. As Jiro's family fled, the tsunami's first wave rolled their car and hurled them into the ocean. Jiro dives into the turbulent waters.
Normally I'm a great swimmer, but this was incredibly difficult. Sometimes I was swimming, but I couldn't move forward at all. And other times I'd suddenly be pulled backwards by the sea.
Miraculously, father and daughter make it to shore. 7 hours later, the Coast Guard finds Jiro's wife and son kilometers out to sea, clinging to debris.
Boyfriend, girlfriend?
As dawn breaks, the tsunami's power becomes horrifically clear. Large parts of Aonai are completely flattened. Fires continue to rage, and most of the fishing fleet is lost. Across the island, 437 houses are destroyed and more than 800 severely damaged. 198 people are dead. The aftermath of the disaster confronts scientists with an intriguing mystery. The two waves that hit Aonai came from completely different directions.
The first wave of the tsunami came from the west area where the seismic center was, and it attacked only the low part in the south area of Aonai.
But the second wave came from the east, away from the tsunami's source.
The second wave came in just 10 minutes after the first, and it attacked all of this area of Aonai.
The first wave that hit the west coast of Okushiri came directly from the source. But then, just like in Hawaii, the tsunami wrapped around the island, creating a second wave that struck Aonai from the opposite direction. But the wraparound effect does not explain why the tsunami hit Okushiri with such brutal force. The reason is the extreme proximity of the event which created the tsunami. After a tsunami is generated, it radiates out like ripples on a pond. As the ripples expand wider and wider, the energy spreads out over a larger area. The closer the source of the tsunami is to the impact zone, the more concentrated the energy. Okushiri was only 80 kilometers from the source, so it received the full brunt of the tsunami. Just north of Aonai, the waves reached a staggering 31. Meters. Today, the legacy of the 1993 tsunami is set in concrete. Huge walls up to 11 meters high and extending 14 kilometers along the coast stand guard against the sea. Powerful steel gates protect river mouths, and the harbor is bolstered by concrete blocks to reduce wave impact.
Oh, bro, get that.
These ramparts against the waves are stronger than normal sea walls for good reason. The forces they must withstand are utterly different. Normal waves form through the transfer of energy from the wind to the ocean surface. Tsunamis are generated by phenomenal transfers of energy. Even the largest wind waves have a maximum wavelength from crest to crest of a few hundred meters. Tsunamis can have wavelengths of hundreds of kilometers. When they hit, they keep coming and coming. In a unique experiment, scientists in Japan are measuring the impact of those forces. At this lab in Kanagawa, engineers are using the largest man-made tsunami in the world to help design stronger coastal structures. This machine can generate waves more than 3 meters high, propelling 300 cubic meters of water down a 180-meter-long chute.
The best thing is to know the characteristics of the power of tsunami in each situation and build buildings according to those characteristics.
Taro Arikawa leads a team that measures the power of tsunamis under controlled conditions. This tsunami is only 2/3 of a meter high, but it strikes with 1 ton per square meter of power. To demonstrate what that kind of power can do, Arikawa puts himself in the wave's line of fire. Without the rope and harness, he'd be swept away by this miniature tsunami. Bigger tsunamis are even more powerful. This 2.4-meter wave hits with the force of 10 tons per square meter. Even after the initial impact, it continues to surge forward with a sustained pressure of 4 tons per square meter. The tsunami in Okushiri was much higher and hundreds of times more powerful. Scientists here believe their studies will translate into stronger and better engineered structures, capable of withstanding tsunami strikes.
I'm supposed to be
Once
the one.
we can reduce the power, the reduced destructive power of tsunami coming ashore would not cause as much damage.
The Okushiri event shows how destructive a local...
Hey, go ahead, go, go! Go, bro, go over there.
Power and too quickly to respond.
Fucking knock
But
the fuck
that
out, bro.
disaster was eclipsed by a far bigger
That's
and
too
more
hard,
deadly
hard.
tsunami. A wave generated by an earthquake so powerful it moved the entire planet. A wave that takes us one step closer to a mega disaster.
Get out of here, bitch.
The tsunami that hit
Bro,
Okushiri,
what the
Japan, came from just 80 kilometers away and reached a run-up height of 31 meters.
Oh boy, too hard,
It killed 198 people and destroyed most of the fishing village of Aonai.
That's going in. That's going in.
But it
That's
pales
going
in comparison to the deadliest tsunami of modern times.
Bro, just, if anything, go on the other side and just distract them, because you're making it harder for me.
7:58 a.m., December 26, 2004. Deep in the ocean off the
Go over there. No, go over there.
Indonesia, 1,200
Go over there.
Earth's crust ruptures in the second largest earthquake ever recorded. The 9.3 quake shatters buildings and destroys lives.
Fuck.
But it is just a forerunner of
Bro.
an even more horrific disaster. An epic tsunami spreads across the entire Indian Ocean, striking 12 countries. As with Okushiri, Japan, the local effects are the most immediate and the most devastating. 16 minutes after the quake and 250
Look what I'm in, bro.
kilometers from
This
its
guy's breathe like shit, bro.
Northern Sumatra is struck by 35-meter high waves. The capital city of Banda Aceh is decimated.
Bro, read the message. Go over there. Mess them up. You're making it harder for me.
Coastal engineer Jose Borrero arrived in Banda Aceh 4 days behind the tsunami.
And I've seen hurricane damage, and I've seen some flood damage before, and I've seen a lot of tsunamis.
Oh my God, read the message, you fucking idiot.
This definitely was the worst.
Oh my
What was
God.
amazing about it was the scale.
70%
I don't know how to
of all
fucking read.
buildings in Banda Aceh are flattened.
Nah.
70 kilometers of coastline show
You
evidence
do not know how to
of height
read.
above 30 meters.
Was a level of destruction that was, over hundreds of miles of the coastline, the same level of destruction. So it wasn't just isolated pockets of areas that were wiped out,
idiot,
but
yo.
the entire coast
Fucking
and then
idiot.
the entire city of Banda Aceh.
What a fucking idiot. Is it play? Oh my God, bro.
An hour and a half after Banda Aceh is leveled, the tsunami strikes Thailand.
That's what's wrong with you kids nowadays. You guys don't even know how to read.
Beachside villas, hotels, and villages.
That wave is a good 15, 20 feet tall. Easy.
Thank you. Thank you. Fucking idiot.
More than
You don't know how to
8,000
fucking
people
read.
died.
Apparently you know how to read. Damn, bro. I feel so sorry for that generation, dude. Clear fucking thing. Bro, you must know how to read.
On the island
Please.
nation of
Go over there. Mess them up.
100 billion
Oh, let me go over there and start hitting you again.
inland, killing 35,000 people and leaving another 500,000 homeless. In all, nearly 230,000 people die in the most devastating tsunami in recorded history. The death toll higher than for all other major tsunamis in the past 300 years combined. The power of the earthquake that triggered the tsunami was staggering. The entire planet's sea level rose by 1/10 of a millimeter. Every spot on Earth moved at least 1 centimeter. As scientists struggle to comprehend the enormity of the event, a bizarre anomaly comes to light, one that took an additional tragic toll. The morning of December 26 is quietly dawning on the peaceful shores of Galle, Sri Lanka. British tourists Camilla and Dominic Welby are sleeping in their beachside bungalow with their 11-year-old son, Hector. Suddenly, Dominic is wakened by a strange noise.
I went outside onto the veranda and I noticed that the water, which should have been at low tide, was up against the wall of the garden.
What Dominic is seeing, without realizing it, is the first sign of the tsunami. At the point of its creation, the bottom of the tsunami, called the negative wave, went east towards Thailand and Indonesia, while the top, called the positive wave, went west towards Sri Lanka. When the bottom of a wave arrives first, gravity sucks the water out, lowering the sea level. When the top of a wave arrives first, it comes like a flood. This is what the Welbys are experiencing.
I didn't know what it was. And at that moment, the floor exploded.
The tsunami rushes in, destroying the bungalow.
The force of the water was phenomenal. You know, to be exploded out of your bed, you know, to feel a piece of furniture just be thrown up into the air and to be thrown off it and to have to jump. It's just very weird. And to then be sucked out and tossed around like being in a washing machine.
The couple grab their son and scramble into the bathroom.
With each wave, with the intensity of each wave, it would fill up the shower cubicle completely. We would be swirling around underwater, trying to, you know, regain our purchase on whatever we could find.
As the waves continue to pound, the concrete walls of the bathroom begin to crumble. Hector is trapped under a large piece of concrete, struggling to keep his head above water.
The idea of your child dying before you it's nothing worse.
A third wave surges over Hector's head. He's seconds from death. But instead of drowning him, miraculously, it lifts the concrete slab off his foot and releases him. The wave that's caused so much death in this one instance is life-saving. But mostly, the peculiar behavior of tsunami waves proves deadly. Surging forward and sucking back, billions of tons of swift-moving water carry a dangerous mass of deadly projectiles. Broken timber, glass, metal, and vehicles. The third wave turned Galle into one of the hardest hit areas in the nation. As the people of Sri Lanka struggle to recover, tsunami scientists like James Goff arrive in the devastated nation.
One of the really difficult things when you go into these areas is you are going there because you have a mission to learn about the tsunami. From a scientific point of view, it's very important to learn these things, and yet there is the human tragedy going on around you, and it's very difficult to isolate yourself from that human tragedy.
Amidst the horror, Goff and his colleagues discover the oddity of the third wave.
So there's Galle quietly sitting there, recovering from being hit by two waves, and then bang.
How and why the Galle area was hit by this third wave intrigued experts. Where did it come from? The first clue in the mystery was uncovered by looking at a global map. Sri Lanka is directly in the line of fire of the tsunami.
Sri Lanka was basically staring down the barrel of a loaded gun in a way.
The second clue came only after careful analysis of the tsunami's unique behavior.
So the tsunami wave goes all the way past Sri Lanka, heading off to the east coast of Africa. But on the way, whack, it hits into the Maldives, and a lot of the energy is reflected back from the Maldives, and the first place that hits is Galle.
The tsunami was so powerful, its reflected energy carried a third wave 800 kilometers back across the Indian Ocean. In total, over 4,000 people died in the Galle region. The tragedy confirmed scientists' theories about the phenomenal reflective power of tsunamis. The Indian Ocean tsunami continues to provide scientists with complex and compelling new data, most of which is still being processed.
It's really difficult to say right now what the Boxing Day tsunami taught us compared to what we didn't know before, because it's taught us so much. It taught us that we actually don't know a lot and that we have a lot more to learn.
What the Welbys learned is that life is fleeting and precious. In appreciation for their survival and in recognition of the thousands that did not, they spearheaded a fundraising effort back home in England. To date, they've raised $25,000 for the people of Gaul. Many mysteries about the Indian Ocean tsunami remain unanswered. One of the biggest questions is how the highest waves could possibly have reached a staggering run-up height of 35 meters. Far beyond what had been thought physically possible by an earthquake-triggered tsunami. But as huge as that tsunami was, it is not the biggest wave to strike in recent history. Landslides can trigger a different kind of killer wave, producing a tsunami of monstrous size. And scientists believe a mega tsunami looms in our future, a wave of such epic proportions that nothing like it has been seen since prehistoric times. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami unleashed a series of enormous and deadly waves that had run-ups of 35 meters. But they are dwarfed by another wave that forced scientists to become detectives. What they discovered was a new kind of tsunami, one of unimaginable size and power. In a remote bay in southwest Alaska, a native legend tells of a beast that shakes the ocean and destroys those who walk its shores. In 1958, a local fisherman came face to face with that beast. A mysterious wave more than twice the height of the Golden Gate Bridge. The story of this incredible phenomenon began 5 years earlier, with 2 American geologists on assignment in remote Lituya Bay, Alaska.
We were in
This is the segment which caused Sting to refuse to join the WWE. When WCW closed down in 2001, Sting was one of the few wrestlers such as the NWO, Ric Flair, Goldberg, and a couple others who chose to sit out and let their lucrative AOL Time Warner contracts expire. Sometime after WCW was purchased by their Monday Night War rival, Sting had actually been in contact with Vince McMahon. Although Sting had a good conversation with Vince, he wasn't sure yet if he wanted to join the company. Any possible thoughts of joining WWE were laid to rest when they aired this segment on the August 2nd, 2001 edition of SmackDown. Sting viewed that segment as an absolute burial of WCW and didn't want to be involved in the company considering the treatment of WCW talent. He wouldn't end up joining WWE until years later in 2014, which ended pretty quickly due to injury. Overall, do you think Sting was right in his judgment? This is the segment which caused Sting to refuse to join the WWE. When WCW closed down in 2001, Sting was one of
One-hit wonders who lost the song, the public.
Gotta go, dude. Holy fuck.
Owls have strong. That's my wife in the truck here in Monmouth County, New Jersey.
Yeah.
14 million views as of this morning. The comments are exactly what you'd think they are.
Yeah.
So I let her take the truck to grab groceries that day. She'd been driving it for 7 years.
I'm gonna show you what it is. Come on. It's all my mouth, bro. What's up? Bro. Too honest, just bro. What's going on, bro? What the fuck, man? Now it's bullshit, man. Piss me off. Piss me off. Piss me off. Everything is so fine. Nothing fell. Nothing. No one's over there. I'm over here. I actually stopped playing Xbox, and guess what? It actually went slower. Why? I don't know. Who the fuck knows why, bro? Just fucking bullshit. Bro, I don't want to see this fucking stupid fucking loading sign, bro. To play a fucking short, bro. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Oh my goodness gracious, bro. This just makes me fucking pissed the fuck off, bro. Ugh. I sound like a bitch right now. I already know. I sound like a fucking privileged fucking first world fucking white bitch. Yes, I know. But, like, what the fuck? It's pissing me off, bro. Pisses me off. So bad. So bad. Because you can't make sense of it. If I made sense of it, maybe I fucking hit the wire out. I can make sense of it. Make sense of it, bro. If I can make sense of it, oh, no problem. No problem. Nope, no sense of it. From boom to boom? No, sorry, bro. That don't happen. Don't happen. Don't happen. Don't happen. Even if fucking I just started a game or something, shit. Shut up. Mad late, bro. Mad late, Doug. Yeah, come over. Sure. If I can make sense of this shit, bro, alright, cool. That's not a problem either. But I can't make sense of it. That's what pisses me off. That's what really grinds my gears. Like right now. Like this is grinding my gears. Why the fuck? Why isn't it at least open the fuck up? Just fuck yourself, fucking faggot, bro. I can't, bro. This shit. Look at this shit. Look at this slop, bro. Oh my lord almighty, bro. And like every action's like 5 minutes late. Like for what? For what? Does. So sorry. Hey bitch, you ever heard get on your fucking knees? You don't have to sit there and beg someone, please. Just take the dick in your mouth, please. Let me know if you're gonna sneeze. I don't need your fucking germs all over my fucking spread. I'm telling you, all I'm really wanting is that fucking. I don't know. Bro, still can't make sense of it. Still can't make sense of it. Can't make sense of it. It's just so ridiculous, dude. It really is just so ridiculous, bro. So fucking ridiculous, dog. Oh, uh-oh. Come on. Come on. Come on. There, you fucking bitch. There you go, you fucking sloppy fucking toppy bitch. Show you what is life, mama. See? Oh yeah, baby. No. Counter offer. Hold up, bro. I'm gonna drop the price for you. My Depop is tripping. Yeah, you're just. What the fuck, bro? Nah, bro. I don't. I hate fucking niggas like this, bro. No, fuck you, man. Not buy this one. Let's buy this one. Not buy this one. What the fuck? No. What are you doing? I don't even want to consider this. Why would I even consider this? The fuck? Was it that to you? No. Sorry, come again. Sorry, come again. Because that is cousin me. Fucking bitch, you should wear every day. Don't come. I'ma show you what it is. Try to find a bug. Better tell you what it is. Love. Oh, you know, bro, what the fuck, bro? This sounds like a so ass. This sounds like a so fucking ass, bro. Ugh. Gotta fix this dog. Gotta fix this dog. I can't make things straight. He's just bananas, bro. What is this thing coming out of? Shit. Goddamn right, bro. Ah! wanna find. I'll show you what it is. But Oh, wow. Bitch. Fuck, bro. Look at this. Damn, it's got a spoon. Fuck. Damn, man. Fucking spoon. Colossians, bitch. Reflection. One more. Kind of basic road. Kind of a fucking way she goes, where? Shit, that's it. This shit, we can toss this one. That was more successful. That was absolutely more successful. That shit, that first one wasn't even halfway. Wasn't even halfway. fucking I just parked the top. And it fucked up. So we put a finger. Woo! Woo! Get some of that. Bitch. French vanilla? She's like extra French and extra vanilla. That shit is so fucking banging. I've seen this shit, bro. What the fuck? Alright. Come on, man. Whatever, bro. Okay. Bad news bears, too. Come on, you see, what the fuck you shit turning on, man? Ah! Ooh. Okay. dive, the harder they fall, dog. Woo. No, shit. Ah. Yeah, let's do some nice golf real quick. Shit. Ah, baby. Boo, 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 shit, I'm up, you up. Come on, man. What the flexible fucking goddamn hospitals going on with it, dude? Yeah, I found a fucking common ground, bro. This. Oh, that. I'll just. Really? 72 as a point? Yes. That's really? Yeah, that's it, bro. Nice about this. It's definitely on fucking 71 degrees in here. It's like 7 fucking 4 at least. I'm sure. Bruh. What's wrong with this bitch, man? Good news. Peanut butter and mustard has just shipped your order. Where is it going today? No, I doubt it, buddy. And it needs the. I'll be dope. Dope. I shouldn't come today, though. Okay, shut up. No, you shut up, Alexis. Shut up. Stop. So what? No. Stop it. Shut up. Mama! All my fucking rubber bands, all my fucking hair ties. All little black ass rubber bands, bro. Done. Done and gone. What the fuck? Like, you would think you would actually need to try to attempt to lose everything on purpose to make sure everything was lost. Especially the little fucking little black thing. No. There you go. Gone in an instant. Gone in an instant. From one day to the next, bro. So bad, bro. Jesus, Mary Joseph. I hope at least I did a good job at the fucking cleaning up. Wasn't really attacked the ball. Fucking no. Haven't smoked. I had that pack for about almost 3 weeks now. One pack for almost 3 weeks. One pack 3 weeks almost. Man, still half the pack. Still at least more than that. Definitely more than that. Oh man. Maybe that in. No, definitely more than that. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, that's a great number, isn't it? Mama. I'm just dropping tokens, bro. See, I gotta like that and shit. I do not gotta like that. But I wish I had it like that. In the front. On the back. Bend your hands like that. I'll fucking split you over and under like the plate, tectonic plates, bitch. Cause an earthquake. Make your mother watch you when I open. Like, oh my god, mother's safe. I have I'm crying in hell, like, oh heaven's sake. Holy shit, I think I just took a big old dookie inside your lake. Well, I'm never gonna get, like, there's no way you get used to that. I don't know how anybody get used to fucking, like, that spicy fucking soda leaf feeling. Just drink chunk that shit. How can I get used to that? Especially like a fresh soda. I don't like. I mean, if it's a dead flat soda, then yeah, absolutely, no problem. But it's a fucking freshie, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that look that I'm trying to give him is probably like, yo, right? You think it's bad? I want something spicy, bro. I can't explain it. Bro, what's good is Ace? Though. I think I this any but it had something dope. You know, bro, first thing I'm gonna put the shit on, or turn the shit on, bro. I swear on everything I love, bro. Everything I love, no bullshit. Straight curry, bro. Real quick, just mad quick. Curry, boom, boom, bang. Boom, boom, bang, gone. Like, quick. I'm not mad. I'm just saying, no. Curry just smacked me in the face, bro. Didn't even think twice about it. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I would probably would have thought twice if I like, smelled it off the rip, like off of him, maybe. No. Joe Tesla and everything. Oh, this Jolly Rancher from Gale, phenomenal. Ah, yes. I thought I might pass you on the X. Fuck. Get the ass fish on the fuck. Mine. Oh my gosh. Good. Good. Come on, bitch. Skin I'm trying to, you stupid bitch. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Ow, why still be fucking sign anything? Email or username? This username, bro. Bruh. What is going on here? Enter your phone number. What? Why is it like, it acts like they don't remember me and shit? What the fuck going on? 785 equals. Oh my god. $785,816. Invalid code. What are you talking about? What's going on here? Oh, X must be fucking have to come out. No reason why it's going. 195.181. This is go through and unexpected error. Supposed to be an hack right now. Something. That doesn't make any sense. X down? Never. Get the best cybersecurity ever. His grandson can't live without. Why am I feet getting filled with M&M shit, wrestling shit, some other shit too, Chester shit, wrestling shit again. He's still alive. WWE Legends revealed the awful truth about Rick Rude. Oh, fuck about Rick Rude. Uh-oh.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana. We've already sold over 2.9 million barrels, creating steady jobs for hard-working folks chasing the American dream. You can share in our success by investing with Phoenix Energy and get 9 to 13% annual interest through our Regulation B506C bond offering. Join our next investor webinar to learn more about Phoenix Energy.
From the mist down there, it looks so pretty. Pretty jet lag, just blow up. It's gonna get the body warmed up. Get the blood pumping. that day, fortunately, happened to just feel like a warm-up day. Like, it wasn't playful, but it was enjoyable.
I love that.
There was a fun crew.
I love that, bro.
Just great friends. It's always one of those sessions where you have.
God, I see their smiles, bro. That's how I feel.
The local ground for charging, the local body workers are charging. I was running 7.0 and it felt really good. All my gear felt really good. I was in a 5mm, 3mm booties with gloves and a hood, but it was freezing. Like that day got super cold. By the end of that session, it was like 3 or 4 hours long. Pretty much everyone in the water was shivering, the hands, the feet were gone. Some of the locals had no gloves on, which I could not believe. Like, we were like 3 or 4 hours into the session. They don't have any gloves on. They've evolved to handle a lot more cold than normal people, I think. But yeah, that first day was, it just kind of felt like a really good warm-up and really good time for the local crew. And there's like levels to the days, but day 2 was a slight step up from that. There was a little bit more swell. The conditions were slightly heavier. The wind was super strong again. But it was just slightly bigger. So we were all pretty excited about that because everyone felt like we got a great warm-up that first day. And so day 2 was like, okay, we got some bigger sets, like the swell should be rising through the session, like let's see what it brings. The first day I had just used my 5mm suit with gloves and booties, no flotation. I had flotation on me, but when you put all that gear on with the flotation, like the stiffness it adds to your body is like so much that first day was small enough. I felt that I would be okay in the 5mm. Didn't end up day 2 wearing flotation again. I went out with on my 7.0 just with the 5mm. That feeling of like mobility and quickness is just awesome. But on the flip side of that, the swell was getting bigger. Chose not to wear flotation, and I definitely paid for it at the end of the session.
My baby. You got me over. Running time jump program. Running number 1 test. Start the countdown. Big weight in the seat left.
this session I hadn't had any wipeouts yet. And he's had all coalesced, I'm just in my 5 mil. This bomb comes, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this thing looks so crazy. Like, maybe it's gonna hold. And I turn just to like give it a look and start paddling, and one of like the legend of the Wildworks, Tom Gillespie, is like, go Matlack! I'm like, okay, Tom thinks it's a good hump. Then, like, he's backing me up, like, the call is good, and I was totally committed to the wave. And as I got down, I like paddled as hard as I could, thinking, oh, I'm on a small board for a wave this big, 7 mil. But I just got in really well. But as I stood up, I had almost overcommitted, and I stepped to the side of my stringer on the board, and that felt okay, and I'm taking this drop, and it does a secondary scoop. As I'm getting to the bottom, like, oh my god, sick, I made the drop, and then my whole rail started to drag, and I realized, like, oh no, like, all of my weight is way too far forward. And I take the fall, immediately pulled up, I barely got like 6 inches under the water. And I was in the lip going over, and as I'm going over, I realized, like, oh my gosh, I'm in just my 5 mil, like, I didn't even wear the flotation. Like, why did I decide to go on this huge one without all the gear that I had, like, on the hill? And I went over and just went straight. As I went down, I felt my leash jerk as my board went back up, and then I just felt total slackness on my leg, and so I realized, like, oh, my leash just snapped immediately. I felt the foam on my face, and I was like, oh, thank goodness, I'm like a foot away from the surface. I was worried about what was behind it. Finally broke the surface just in time. There was a huge one behind it. I took that on the head. I ended up doing like this big swim in. I was like, no, my magic 7-0. What happened to it? Where is it? And the GoPro was on the board. I'm like, oh, the GoPro clips are gone. No way the GoPro survived it. I swim into these rocks, which is like the Jaws shore break type of situation, like 6 foot white water hitting these rocks. Get in there, do this scramble, looking around for like 5 minutes, find the board, flip it over, the GoPro's still going, everything is scratched up, both leash plugs, the leash had snapped, but both leash plugs, basically the whole tail had been ripped off the board. We put on a big fit, couldn't make the drop, Greg Bonner and Bill. We're in the water, can't believe it. Damn, big piece of rock. You guys are a long time I got around now. Oh, it's no crazy out there.
There's a lot of the job isn't actually that fun that I have now automated away almost entirely. Like, we have a very large code base and we have a lot of contributors, and we've got some contributors around. But here, I'm asking Codex to look at the last day of commits into this section of the repo, and basically, like, group them, tell me who worked on what goes on, what do I need to know about, and so I wake up in the morning with almost like a, if you use ChatGPT pulse, it's like a personalized pulse. I open me up in the morning, and sitting there, it's like, here's what happened yesterday in the code base.
You could be vaping formaldehyde, which is used in taxidermy. Oh dear.
What?
Formaldehyde. Oh dear.
What? I know. Oh dear. What?
Are you an elk? I don't know what I am. And then recovering the board and doing this huge long power, and I think I looked at like the stats on my little tracker after the session in total had been like 7.5 miles of like surfing, paddling, swimming, and the whole ordeal. Got back out around, and your face is hot and flushed, and you're just, everything's got waterlogged, and you're just like, okay, I'm done. Like, that's the end of the session. And everyone's like looking over, like, oh, you had one of those. And I'm like, yeah, I had one of those. And Like, oh, it's a good attempt. The weight ended up clamping on the end, so it made me feel a little bit better about, like, blowing the drop.
Backside drop. He's filming this. This is Nate Forrest telling Tom Robert Lowe that I backdoor crazy ones. Backside Tom. Backdoor another machine. You have your popper on the left. Grab your rail and then look at a huge pipe throughout your hair with that pipe. When you just scoop it super tight. I'm happy you just told me one thing. And I did about 10 of these, and I was like, wait, am I going in the right direction? Like, because the leaf was downwards, and I was like, how did it go in the right direction? Fuck! Because the sound was so violent, I kind of got this scenario. I called this teacher, I was down there like, oh, I'm thunder, okay, so it's zooming. And then I was like, my board's gone, leash loose. It's too low, it's gonna spear me. And then I said 10. Literally, I wasn't looking at it. Too many holdouts. Well, we're on the team's about to get to this one. Final farewell. That carnage from the Mega Bomb. That was supposed to not close out, but it did. This board has been here for 4 years. One of the ways of my life on it. 7-0. And had a killer session, and then today, leash broke, both plugs ripped out. Had a dual plug, which is really strong, but dual plug ripped out, pretty pulled down. Sent into the room, but kind of super repairable, so it'll be back online. And I don't prove spot. But you can see it definitely went through a little bit of action. But, all in all, good day. Well, monkeys, thanks a lot for sitting on the roster. Having like just relatively recently discovered like going to the cold and experiencing what that's all about, Tom was like born in that. He was raised in that, and so being there with him was like seeing him in his natural element, and his personality is so good. You know, like he's such a good dude. He has the most quirky little ways, and like staying with him is hilarious because he just has his little activities he needs to do. You know, he has to have his little walks and he has to have his little drinks. And we fit well. You know, when you're on these trips, you want to have a household, or if you're staying with someone, you want the whole crew to be in sync and fitting well and have the same mindset, especially if you're chasing heavy waves. You know, you want everyone to be able to handle the conditions, the cold and the irritating, the early mornings and all that, as well as like when you're in the session, you want to like look up and be like, this guy's got my back, and I got his back, and we're both gonna charge it today. Sit in the dark. We have a very large cell. Very early morning window to hit it. We have a bold, brave crew of adventurers. Myself, Tom Logio, Russ here, Shane Ragman, some of the local boys, Jack, and maybe Shane, some saving us, I don't know. Sure, I'll be shooting the water. Maybe, we'll see. So it's still completely dark out, and we suited up at the house. So you know it's pretty serious, and we're suited up and so it's still dark out, so we're gonna go see what we find. Hopefully it's something cool. If not, we'll just stay suited up for the rest of the day. So, my bitch says, stop trying to bitch. Sessions, and the trip is just started for like a big lead up to this like final day. And we had days where like you see something coming, and you're like, oh, maybe you show up, and the soul doesn't even show up, the way doesn't even break. And so it's that type of place. You don't know what you're going to get on a daily basis. Now we're on the biggest potential day of the swell in the worst conditions, and I'm on board. I've never ridden up this wave, which was 8-0. It was all I had, and
I was fortunate to have a backup door. And so I was like, all right, this is it. We go down and it's just like, there's just this ominous feeling. Like the wind is so strong, and you can see the energy in the water is so different. Like this is a big income swell. Like the double ups and period was really high, and so like the ocean had this like super spooky surge to it. The first day of that session, the 8.0 I'd taken off and gone, had to like turn and go left because the board, like I was on a ridge and the board just didn't allow me to like make a turn to me. And then right away, like I was like in my head about the board, like this 8.0, it sucks. Like, oh, the rails are too thick. Like, what happened there? Like, and I had to just be like, no, like, just give it more time.
Oh, bitch. Oh man, sick. Sick. Ow. Swell. In the swell. Oh shit. so sick, bro. So sick. Only thing to do with me, bro, I'm straight. I'm straight body, bro. Nobody going know. Body, bro. Shit, body, bro. Body. Just swoop that bitch out, bro. So bad. She ain't good, bro. Cause I'm definitely tumbling through, bro. I'm tumbling, bro. So I'm gonna help fucking run that fucking that slow, bro. It's crazy. No way I'm on that slow. Like, I'm
YouTube Radio is ad-free YouTube and exclusive access to all things VIP, so you can super fans from the sofa.
Turning real late and get this wave and the drop, I barely made the drop. And the board was trying to get it, I see the lip coming, I'm like, oh, please don't let me in the head. Like, I see the boil, it's like resisting me, causing me to go straight, and just the last second the lip passes over my head. And I'm like, come on, and then I'm in the foam ball, and I can't see for a second, and then up over the foam ball, almost go over the handlebars again, or like, almost like they took my back rail for a second, did a little windmill, and then it cleared, and like the wind was blowing water everywhere. And I ended up making it, and for me, that was it. I was like, okay, like that's, like, maybe it wasn't like super clean, the cleanest of ways, but like for me, like the intensity, the drop, a little bit of foam ball action, like, I was very happy with that for that day. And then I ended up sharing another back-to-back Tom Lowe and it's Bomb, and got this super sick one, and I was the next one, kind of did a back-to-back thing, which was like, super special, like, shit out, shit set way with him. Yeah! Session's gonna kill it, let's go! And everyone just started to get the beat down. Like, it was like, yeah, we got it this time! And then it just took the turn the way they can't take my tax. Everybody. Like, everybody's gonna pay for being out today.
Oh, this is scary. Oh my god, look, see, there was no wave there. There was no swell. That shit usually got caught right in the middle. Like, there's a swell going to the left. Look, there's sorry there. You gotta tag where that swell's at, bro. Bro, it's so scary when all that white foam right there. Oh my god, bro. And your teeth. Oh. And you see all that white foam, bro? And guess what? There's something killer, but right behind that, dog. Right behind that, dude.
I get this chassis on its wave, and just take the drop. I'm totally blind to the wind. Get to where I feel the bottom, and I'm thinking about bombing, and I'm like, I still can't see. I don't know where the lip is. Straight on a board and try to go straight, and the thing threw further than I thought. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I did the classic. Like, I should have slowed in. And it's always better. It's always safer than we just staying there. But I tried to change my lip to some sugar in my head. And like, literally, as soon as it landed on my head, I should have been with violent turbulence. I felt the leaf snap again. But it was super deep. Like, it was like this weird big boil, and right off the edge of that is like very deep water. And I'm going down, like, oh man, like, ears starting to ache, head starting to ache, like deep water feeling.
Oh, that white foam right there, bro?
It's so scary. And I'm like, not again. Pull the vest. I pull the suit. And because of, like, at certain depths, sometimes the suit doesn't inflate right away because the pressure of the ocean, like, resists the inflation of, like, the suit all the way into the back. And so I'm like, okay, my ears are aching, I'm on the bottom, and yeah, because the suit inflating, like, I am deep right now. It just takes a second, and the suit really starts to press up against it. Jumped off the bottom and started on, like, a ascent. And just very slowly drop to the surface. I get to the surface, and I'm like, yeah, killer, hey, floating this time, I'm killing it. And these suits we wear, they have a release cord, and so like, the next wave, you don't have to under, so usually you release there. I go to look for it, and because I had my hood and all my gear on, the thing had gotten sucked down into, like, behind my shoulders, on the side of the rubber, I couldn't get to it. And I was looking at this and I said, no, I don't want this. And I was like, oh yeah, like, now I'm gonna pay it. And I just was like, oh, maybe I just put my head down, just like took the seed white water. Get stuck and get super worked, and I'm like, crap, I gotta beat that. Oh my god, just trying to look for it. Oh my god. To take me like over and to the left, which is like there's another big gnarly wave, and all this current dripping into it. And like my hands have gone numb because of the suit and the water and everything. And I can't find the defects. I'm like, oh, I have to, like, what am I gonna do here? I don't wanna like go into these rock areas where I'm too inflated and get back into them. Oh, I unzip my hood. I unzip the hood, pull it off, deflate, and now
oh my god, hell no.
Like with all this gear, like this is really hard to re-zip up and blow. So I pull the hood back over and I'm trying to re-zip it. And it's just not really working and blow. I'm okay with it's not like an emergency situation, but like this sucks. I can barely move. Oh Lord, I'm so full.
Oh Lord, that's sound hard. Want to be a partner? Listen,
My name is Alex Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of the Food Center. I look forward to you joining us for our next webinar where we can drill deeper into our bond offering. We currently offer 2 investment opportunities: a private placement bond offering for accredited investors with target annual interest rates between 9 and 13%. Also, we offer a registered bond offering open to both accredited and non-accredited investors with rates ranging from 9 to 12%. Our daily production rates have risen as high as 39.
And not with my board, I can't flush the water out, and I can't get the zipper. So I start just trying to swim, and I'm swimming with like 10-pound arms, and my legs are kicking inside of my suit like this. It's so water. Oh my god, this is hilarious. So, drain suit, go looking for the board, find the board, go for the still life.
Really go find the board? Why are you finding the board?
And during that time, there was bombs, crazy sets, and apparently Tom had gone super heavy and just gotten like annihilated, like super gnarly deep down. So like he was done. Like he had gotten his good one earlier, and then he had to beat down. I had gotten a good one, and then I had to beat down. Russ had gotten some good one. Then he had his apparently while I was in, he had a really wipeout and got super worked, and he was exhausted. So I make my way, find my way back out the back. I get out there and I was like, guys, what's the vibe? I think I'm pretty much done. Like, I don't even have one shot anymore. Like, I'm just gonna go in there, like, bro, while you're like, when I found out, I expected them to be like, dude, are you good? Like, what happened? But like, they weren't at all. They were just like dealing with their own tragedy. They were just like, so like everyone just as a little crew like paddled into the shoulder, and we turned around and just like we just watched this like one of the heaviest waves I've ever seen, like totally empty. All this wind turbulence on it, and just like didn't cap, and it was so big, and just blew its guts out in front of us, and we all just watched it, and we were just like, holy shit, what a day. And all made in, all in one piece. And I think like, for me, like trips like that, days like that, my favorite part about those days is like
getting home,
getting in,
doing
everyone's good.
Yeah, exactly. Getting out.
Just like
getting out.
probably laughing each other because you're so adrenaline out, your adrenals are totally blown. But like something that's just having a coffee and just adding that extra little hit at the end of the day, and everyone's in one piece is like the most relaxing thing you can do. So it was just an epic, kind of crazy slow bender with a really cool crew, and shout out to the local boys for like sharing their water for us, sharing their waters and their waves with us, and allowing us to go out and get some good ones. And yeah, it's an amazing place. And Tom and Russ and the all the company. right now, as you're watching this video, some of the most wanted cartel bosses on the planet are sitting inside mansions you wouldn't believe exist. And today we're pulling back the curtain on exactly where they've been hiding and how they've been doing it. We're talking about El Chapo Isidro Meza Flores, the Sinaloa faction boss who has slipped through Mexico's fingers so many times that some people genuinely started questioning whether the government even wanted to catch him. Jesus Alfredo Guzman Salazar, known as El Mochanito, a man who inherited his father's empire, his father's enemies, and apparently his father's talent for disappearing without a trace. And we're talking about Ivan Archibaldo Guzman, El Chapo's eldest son, the current face of Los Chapitos, and the most actively hunted cartel figure in North America right now. The U.S. has a $5 million bounty on its head. The Mexican military has raided his properties, and this man is still out here, somewhere, running a fentanyl empire that has flooded American streets and changed the drug war forever. Those are just three of the top ones that we will be covering today. So let's start at the very top, because the name that has every law enforcement agency on both sides of the border losing sleep right now is Ivan Archibaldo, the eldest Guzman son. Let's get into it. You know El Chapo, the world's most infamous drug lord, who's now locked away in a supermax prison for life. But what if I told you his son might be even more dangerous? And he's been evading capture for years, despite being one of the DEA's most wanted targets. Meet Ivan Archibaldo Guzman Salazar, alias Chapito, El Chapo's eldest son, heir to a billion-dollar empire, and the man U.S. authorities have been hunting for over half a decade. Today we dive into his early life, his rise through the Sinaloa cartel, why he's worth more to the feds than almost anyone alive, and most importantly, where he might be hiding right now. Make sure you watch until the end, because we're going to reveal the exact strategies to put you one step ahead of the world's most powerful law enforcement agencies. This is the story of Ivan Archibaldo Guzman Salazar, the ghost of the Sierra Madre, and it's one you won't forget. Ivan Archibaldo was born in 1983 in Jesus Maria, a small municipality in the heart of Sinaloa, Mexico. This wasn't just any corner of Mexico. This was ground zero for the drug trade, where poppy fields stretch across mountain valleys and cartel culture runs deeper than government authority. He was born into narco royalty, plain and simple. His father, Joaquin Guzman Loera, known as El Chapo, was already climbing the ranks of what would become the most powerful criminal organization in the Western Hemisphere. His mother, Maria Alejandrina Salazar Hernandez, came from a well-known family in the region, connected to the same networks that had trafficked drugs for generations. That made Ivan Archibaldo cartel royalty from day one. From a young age, Ivan wasn't playing soccer in the streets or dreaming of normal careers. He was watching convoys of armed men roll through his neighborhood. He was seeing stacks of cash that most people never encounter in a lifetime. While other kids were learning math in classrooms, Ivan was learning the logistics of a multi-billion-dollar criminal enterprise at his father's knee. He grew up surrounded by luxury SUVs, private parties, and whispers of power that could topple governments. But in that world, privilege came with a target on your back. And for Ivan, that target would only grow larger as he got older. When Ivan was just 22 years old, everything clicked into place for him. But not in the way most young men find their calling. February 22nd, 2005, Mexican military forces working with U.S. intelligence launched a coordinated operation. The target wasn't just any cartel operative. It was his father, El Chapo. In a dramatic raid, they captured the man who had become a legend, a ghost who escaped prison before and who commanded an empire worth billions. Ivan watched his father get dragged away in handcuffs, broadcast across every television in Mexico. Could have broken him. Could have sent him running to legitimacy to a quiet life funded by his father's hidden fortune. Instead, it ignited something else entirely. At El Chapo's first high-profile court appearance, Yvonne was there in the gallery. Witnesses reported he sat stone-faced, taking in every word, every gesture from prosecutors. In Sinaloa's narco culture, that was more than family loyalty. It was a declaration. It was a young prince watching his king, and learning that the throne doesn't stay empty for long. Yvonne took it to heart. Within months, he'd gone from being El Chapo's privileged son to being an active operator in the Sinaloa cartel, starting to build his own network of loyalty, his own reputation, his own empire. After his father's capture, Yvonne went all in on the family business. By his mid-20s, he was already a closet boss, controlling key trafficking routes and commanding hundreds of armed men. But here's what made Yvonne different from his father. El Chapo was old school, careful, a master of staying in the shadows. Ivan and his younger brother Alfredo, known together as Los Chapitos, operated with a different mentality. They were flashy, they were bold, and they were absolutely ruthless when it came to protecting their territory. Yvonne built his reputation on two things: loyalty and violence. He surrounded himself with childhood friends from Sinaloa, creating a faction within the cartel that answered to him first. Locals started whispering about Chapito, the young boss who threw parties that made headlines and ordered hits that made people disappear. In the late 2000s and early 2010s, Yvonne's lifestyle was impossible to hide. He posted photos on social media showing fleets of luxury vehicles, designer clothes, and exotic animals kept as pets. In one infamous photo, he's posing with a tiger. In another, he's at a private party with a table full of champagne bottles that cost more than most Mexicans earn in a year. His followers ate it up. Corridos, the folk songs that celebrate cartel figures, started name-dropping Ivan Archibaldo alongside his legendary father. He was becoming famous, becoming a brand. But fame has a price, and for Chapito, it came fast and brutally. It's August 15, 2016, just after 1 a.m. Even though violence had been escalating in Sinaloa, even though rival cartels were making moves, Ivan Archibaldo decided to go out. He and about a dozen associates, including his brother Jesus Alfredo, were at La Leche, an upscale restaurant in Puerto Vallarta. This wasn't cartel territory. This was a tourist zone, supposedly neutral ground. They're eating, drinking, celebrating. Around them, regular customers are doing the same, completely unaware of who's at the table in the corner. What Yvonne doesn't know is that a Jalisco New Generation Cartel hit team had tracked him there. CJNG, led by the ruthless Nemesio Cervantes, alias El Nicho, had declared war on the Sinaloa cartel, and they just found the ultimate prize. 1:30 a.m., as Yvonne's group is finishing their meal, the front doors burst open. What sounded like cars backfiring was actually the sound of automatic weapons being charged. Armed men flood into the restaurant. Screaming erupts. Customers dive under tables. Within seconds, Yvonne and at least 6 of his associates are surrounded. No shots fired. This isn't a hit. It's a kidnapping. They're forced into waiting vehicles at gunpoint. The entire operation takes less than 3 minutes. In less than 5 minutes, they're gone, vanished into the night. When the dust clears, witnesses are in shock. The restaurant is trashed, but there's no blood. Local police arrive to find abandoned plates of food, overturned chairs, and terrified tourists. Word spreads through the underworld immediately. Los Chapitos have been taken. The Sinaloa cartel went into emergency mode. Within hours, roadblocks appeared across multiple states. Cartel gunmen were mobilized. Messages were sent through every channel. The price on kidnappers' heads was astronomical. News of the kidnapping spread like wildfire through Mexico's criminal underworld. This wasn't just any abduction. This was a direct attack on the Guzman bloodline, an act of war that demanded an immediate response. Yvonne's captivity lasted less than a week.
But what happened during those days remains shrouded in mystery and competing narratives. The official story that circulated was that high negotiations took place. The Mexican government, wanting to avoid all-out cartel warfare that would devastate entire regions, allegedly applied pressure on CJNG through intermediaries.
How am I supposed to sit up and I ain't fucking
cartel, meanwhile, mobilized every resource they had. Hundreds of armed men began hunting for any trace of where lost Chapitos.
Oh, wow. Wow, bro, you got
never went away. One of the most talked about theories came from cartel insiders who later testified in U.S. courts. According to them, El Chapo, even from behind bars, orchestrated a deal. The rumor was that massive payments were made. Massive Bayne, multiple shipments of drugs were handed over to CJNG as ransom, and promises of territorial concessions were put on the table. There was also talk that the Mexican military actually located where Ivan was being held, and that a covert operation was launched. In this version, the rescue wasn't negotiated. It was executed with force, but covered up to avoid international scrutiny. And then came the most dramatic rumor of all. This version says that El Mencho himself called off the kidnapping after realizing that killing or keeping El Chapo's sons would trigger a war that would destroy the drug trade itself.
You can't help yourself with
consequences of total war between the cartels would hurt
I don't care, you can't help yourself with
catastrophically that even rivals had to step back. Each of these stories paints a very different picture of power, negotiation.
Bro, do me a favor, please, forfeit.
Was it military force? Or was it cold calculation about profit margins that brought Ivan home? No investigation ever produced a clear answer.
It's too cheap, it's too soon, and you're like trying to make like 15.
The cartel landscape had fundamentally shifted.
You're so bad.
Emerged more paranoid, more violent, and more determined to never appear weak again. The kidnapping was
I put that one in myself,
but not the kind that makes you retire. For Ivan, it was fuel. By 2017, he and his brothers weren't just running operations.
Fanatic King Savage, I don't think any more to say.
Of the Sinaloa cartel,
Your name says
while
all
the father sat in a Mexican prison fighting extradition. Then came February 2017. The U.S. Department of Justice unsealed indictments against Ivan Archibaldo and his brother Jesus Alfredo. The charges were staggering. Conspiracy.
It's fucking right. You gonna play I'll score on something right now. I guess I'll
baseball cards that rock. That's stuff like that.
I got you.
I'm gonna get
Yeah, fuck, wait a second.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Brings people love.
It can distribute cocaine, methamphetamine, and marijuana.
I got jobs.
The
I got
indictment
you, Doc.
they were trafficking tons of drugs across the border monthly. But here's one of the wildest facts about what made Ivan so valuable to U.S. prosecutors. He wasn't just trafficking drugs.
So wait, which one is it? Is it I'm losing because I'm mad? Or it's because I'm actually scoring against my team right now? Let me know, bro, because I'll switch up real quick. I'm just trying to show you how much I care.
Which can be manufactured in labs without needing poppy fields, was flooding into the United States and killing tens of thousands of Americans annually. The U.S. government wasn't just interested in arresting Ivan.
Good night, guys. You guys
wanted to dismantle the entire fentanyl supply chain, and he was at the center of it. The State Department put a $5 million reward on his head. Later, that reward would climb even higher. For context, that's the kind of bounty usually reserved for international terrorists. The money Ivan was making was almost incomprehensible. Conservative estimates from financial investigators suggested that Los Chapitos' faction was generating between $2 and $3 billion annually in drug proceeds. Ivan himself was believed to control assets worth hundreds of millions, luxury properties across Mexico, fleets of armored vehicles, legitimate businesses used for money laundering,
His personal wealth made him one of the richest criminals in the world. But that wealth came with constant pressure. By 2019, the walls were closing in, not just on Yvonne, but on everyone around him. His father, El Chapo, was extradited to the United States in January 2017.
I can't believe you know all about me, bro. It's so
By
crazy.
2019, he was on trial in New York, and the testimony was devastating. Former cartel associates, some of them people who worked directly with Los Chapitos, were flipping, taking deals, testifying about the organization's inner workings. Then came October 17, 2019. Mexican security forces, acting on U.S. intelligence, launched an operation in Culiacan, Sinaloa. The target was Yvonne's younger brother, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, another key member of Los Chapitos. They found him, they arrested him, and then all hell broke loose. Within hours, hundreds of cartel gunmen mobilized in Culiacan. They didn't just fight the military, they laid siege to the entire city. Burning vehicles blocked roads. Gunmen fired .50 caliber machine guns at military convoys. They attacked the families of soldiers. The Mexican government, facing a potential massacre and complete loss of control, made a stunning decision. They released Ovidio. The message was clear. Los Chapitos had so much power, so much firepower, and so much reach that they could force the government to back down. But it also put an even bigger target on all their backs. Now the U.S. government wasn't just interested in arrests. They wanted to make examples. One by one, people in Yvonne's inner circle started falling. Associates were arrested at the border. Financial facilitators were picked up in money laundering stings. In January 2023, his brother Ovidio was finally recaptured in another massive military operation and quickly extradited to the United States.
Fest is here with big savings at Best Buy.
A journey of poetry have on shores. Witness beauty and danger braided together. This is not just an ocean. It is a frontier, and our voyage into its depths has only just begun. The geography of the Atlantic, the ocean between worlds. The Atlantic Ocean stretches between two great halves of the world. The Americas on one side, Europe and Africa on the other. Long and narrow in the north, wide and open in the south, it forms a natural corridor linking polar ice, tropical waters, and countless coastlines. Its position makes it one of Earth's most influential oceans, shaping winds, storms, and climate patterns across entire continents. But the true character of the Atlantic is not written on its surface. It is written far below. Beneath the waves lies a landscape as dramatic as any found on land. A world carved in darkness, pressure, and silence. Running through the center of the ocean is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, an immense underwater mountain chain splitting the Atlantic from north to south. This ridge is the longest mountain range on the planet, yet almost all of it remains hidden beneath kilometers of water. Here the seafloor slowly pulls apart, opening deep valleys and volcanic fissures, where Earth continues to reshape itself, quietly and relentlessly, out of sight. On both sides of this ridge, the terrain drops into vast abyssal plains. Flat, cold deserts stretching across thousands of kilometers. These plains are among the most remote environments on Earth, covered in fine sediment that settles slowly over millions of years. Few creatures reach these depths, and even fewer human eyes have ever seen them. They hold geological records older than entire civilizations. Closer to the continents, the seafloor tells another story. Continental shelves descend gently before plunging into steep slopes and deep basins. Ancient river canyons cut into the seabed, tracing paths carved long before sea levels rose. Sunken landscapes that mirror coastlines no longer visible, revealing hints of Earth's distant past. The Atlantic also hides trenches, narrow shadowed scars where the seafloor drops abruptly. Though not as deep as the trenches of the Pacific, they remain largely unexplored. Their walls rise like underwater cliffs. Their floors lie in permanent darkness. And what lives there? Or what history lies buried beneath their sediments remains mostly unknown. Even today, vast areas of the Atlantic are unmapped. Ridges, collapsed plateaus, hidden faults, and isolated peaks lie scattered across the ocean floor, visible only through incomplete sonar scans. Scientists believe the Atlantic still holds secrets about the planet's formation, about ancient climates, and ecosystems that may have evolved in complete isolation. Above, the Atlantic appears calm, familiar, even predictable, but below it becomes something else entirely. A world of mountains, valleys, fractures, and silent abysses,
shaped by forces that began long before humans ever crossed its waters. The Atlantic is not just an ocean, it is a second hidden continent beneath the waves. A place where Earth continues to write its story in darkness no sunlight has ever reached. The Atlantic, a cradle for the giants of the sea. The Atlantic Ocean is more than a stretch of water between continents. It is a vast living engine that nurtures some of the greatest giants ever to move through the sea. From the cold northern currents to the warm southern depths, the Atlantic creates conditions that allow massive creatures to grow, migrate, and thrive in ways that feel almost impossible. Its power begins with movement. Currents swirl across thousands of kilometers, carrying nutrients upward from the deep and circulating life from one hemisphere to the other. These currents feed entire food chains, creating rich feeding grounds where enormous marine animals gather year after year. In places where cold water meets warm, where currents collide and mix, the Atlantic becomes a crossroads of life, a stage where Earth's largest swimmers return again and again. Guided by instinct and season, upwellings bring nutrients from the seafloor into light-filled waters above, igniting blooms of plankton and drawing in schools of fish that can stretch for kilometers. And where food concentrates, giants follow. Whether gliding through open water or diving into darkness, these creatures depend on the Atlantic's rhythm, its seasons, its temperatures, its invisible rivers of current. Yet the Atlantic does not give easily. Its beauty hides storms capable of reshaping coastlines. Waves rise like walls. Winds carve through the surface. Darkness descends quickly in the deep. Only the strongest, the most perfectly adapted, survive the challenges this ocean creates. And it is precisely these extremes, pressure, cold, shifting currents.
Insurance policy set up for you, which can save so much time. So, how about I save you some time right now?
It feels good to save some time. It feels good to Geico. That shape and sustain the giants who call it home. For millions of years, the Atlantic has served as a cradle, a hunting ground, and a migratory highway for creatures of immense scale. Some travel thousands of kilometers every year, following routes older than human history. Others dive into trenches and rise again, feeding on life that thrives far below the sun. All of them move within a system larger and more powerful than themselves. The Atlantic is not just an ocean. It is a world-building force. A vast, mysterious engine beneath the waves that shapes, challenges, and sustains the giants of our planet. The submerged mountains of the Atlantic, a continent of fire and darkness. Far beneath the surface of the Atlantic lies a hidden world, a chain of submerged mountains rising out of complete darkness. Though Though invisible from above, these underwater giants stretch for thousands of kilometers, forming a landscape as rugged and dramatic as any mountain range on land. Down here, sunlight never reaches. Pressure crushes anything unprepared. Silence rules every corner of the deep. At the center of this world is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, the longest continuous mountain range on Earth. It runs like a spine through the ocean, splitting the seafloor into two halves. Here, tectonic plates slowly pull apart, allowing molten rock to rise from deep within Earth. New crust forms. Volcanoes erupt quietly in darkness. The ocean floor reshapes itself inch by inch, mountains growing, collapsing, and shifting in rhythms older than any continent above them. But the ridge is only one chapter. Across the Atlantic floor lie hundreds of seamounts, isolated peaks that rise thousands of meters from the abyss. Some once stood above sea level as volcanic islands before sinking back into the deep. Others remain entirely hidden, known only through vague sonar shadows. Their slopes are steep, carved by ancient eruptions and landslides lost to time. Many have never been explored. Their true shapes remain unknown. These submerged mountains guide the ocean itself. When deep currents strike their slopes, water is forced upward, carrying nutrients from the abyss into shallower layers. This movement creates rare pockets of life, ecosystems thriving in darkness, fed not by sunlight, but by chemical reactions and slow-drifting particles. Many species living around these mountains exist nowhere else. Perfectly adapted to pressure and cold that would destroy surface life. Yet the Atlantic's hidden mountains are also a source of danger. Some peaks rise sharply from the deep, posing unseen risks to submarines and vessels navigating above. Volcanic activity still lingers along parts of the ridge. Tremors echo across the seafloor. Sudden collapses can unleash clouds of sediment, rolling into the abyss like underwater avalanches. Instruments fail easily here. Magnetic anomalies distort navigation. Crushing pressure destroys equipment in seconds. And the greatest mystery is how little we truly know. Only a small portion of the Atlantic seafloor has been mapped in detail. Vast ridges, rift valleys, and collapsed volcanic domes remain unseen, hidden beneath kilometers of water. Where every expedition reveals something unexpected, a new peak, a deeper trench, a structure that refuses simple explanation. These mountains remind us of a truth we often forget. The Atlantic is not only an ocean, it is a concealed continent beneath the waves, carved by fire, shaped in darkness, and still waiting to be understood. Ecosystems and marine life, a tapestry from sunlight to abyss. Beneath the Atlantic surface lies a tapestry of ecosystems as varied and vibrant as the coastlines it touches. From sunlit shallows to lightless abyssal plains, each zone sustains its own community of life. Adapted to thrive under unique and often extreme conditions. In the tropical and subtropical Atlantic, coral reefs rise like bustling underwater cities. Some of the most famous, such as the Bahamas Andros Barrier Reef.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how our company has become an emerging leader in the oil and gas industry. In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the 11th most prolific oil and gas operator in the Williston Basin, one of America's top producing regions. We are now right alongside industry giants like ConocoPhillips and EOG, and plan to continue rising in the rankings. Our daily production rates have risen as high as 18,000 barrels of oil per day. We've sold more than 4 million barrels, and we're just getting started. We hope to see you at our brief webinar. In less than 1 hour, you will learn more about our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and the
In 1966, a well-known scientist released a book with information that could impact everyone on Earth. But before anyone could read it, it was classified by the CIA. We only learned about it a few years ago when it was declassified. But the CIA only released 57 pages of the original 284-page manuscript. And those pages have been, in the CIA's own words, sanitized. And why does the CIA think this book is so dangerous that they had to hide it from the public for 60 years and continue to hide most of it? Well, it's because the man who wrote it describes the end of the world. In 1966, former McDonnell Douglas engineer Dr. Chan Thomas released a book called The Adam and Eve Story. Now that title might sound like he's being cute, but he's actually being literal. This book is about the end of the world as we know it.
Hey,
What's up?
is this one of those stories where you scare the hell out of us? Did you wrap it up with a happy ending?
Well, you're half right.
Oh no. If I soil my bowl again, you gotta remember to edit that out.
They didn't know you had an accident. You just told them.
Well,
Thomas presents evidence of a coming shift in the Earth's poles that creates a cataclysm. And Thomas says these pole shifts are cyclical, that on regular intervals, a disaster wipes out almost all human life, and we start over again in the Stone Age. He says we're actually the sixth advanced civilization to evolve on Earth. There may have been even more civilizations that have been here, but the further back you go, the harder it is to know for sure, because some of these civilizations occupied continents that no longer exist. But Thomas isn't the first scientist to publish this theory. In 1958, almost 10 years before the Adam and Eve story, Charles Hapgood published The Earth's Shifting Crust, which discussed the Earth crustal displacement hypothesis. This theory says that sometimes the Earth spins really fast and the continents are rearranged. When Hapgood proposed the idea of continental drift, it was called pseudoscience. But Hapgood had his supporters. In fact, Albert Einstein wrote the forewords for 2 of his books. Now, of course, we know that Hapgood was right. The continents do move. They drift apart and collide together over and over again, and have done so for almost 4 billion years. Pangaea was the supercontinent that broke apart to form the land masses that exist today. But before Pangaea, there was the supercontinent Gondwana, which existed for 400 million years. Before Gondwana, there was Pannotia. Before that, Rodinia, Columbia, Atlantica, Arctica, Kennerland, Ur, and Valbara. These were all supercontinents that eventually broke apart and reformed. After working with Einstein and a few other scientists, Charles Hapgood released the book The Path of the Pole as an update to his previous theories. In this book, Hapgood suggested that the Earth's poles are constantly moving. Again, this piece of pseudoscience was eventually proven true. Hapgood believed that a pole shift between 15 and 40 degrees occurred around 9600 BC, or 11,600 years ago. Younger Dryas. Now, the Piri-Reis map is something that has baffled scientists for hundreds of years. On the Piri-Reis map is the continent of Antarctica. But Antarctica wasn't discovered until 1820, and Piri-Reis claimed the information on his map came from much older maps. If Charles Hapgood was right and the Earth's axis was shifted 15 degrees from where it is now, Antarctica wouldn't be completely covered in ice. Hapgood believed an Ice Age civilization, long forgotten, mapped the coast thousands of years ago. Though many of Hapgood's theories have proven to be true, the Ice Age pole shift is still controversial. We do know the poles shift over time. We also know the continents drift over a very long period of time. But Dr. Chan Thomas, in his book The Adam and Eve Story, says the shift happens in less than a day. Chan Thomas describes in detail what this will be like. And it's worse than any Hollywood disaster movie ever conceived. Far worse. Chan Thomas begins his book with a chapter that describes exactly what we'll experience during this pole shift event. But before we get into it, now might be a good time to hit pause and grab fresh underwear.
I've learned to listen to him when he says that.
With a rumble so low as to be inaudible, then fuming into a thundering roar, the earthquake starts. Only it's not like any earthquake in history. In California, mountains shake like ferns in a breeze. A mighty Pacific rears back and piles up into a mountain of seawater more than 2 miles high. It starts its race eastward. The wind attacks, shredding everything in supersonic bombardment. The mountain of Pacific seawater follows the wind eastward, burying Los Angeles and San Francisco as if they were but grains of sand. Across the continent, the 1,000-mile-per-hour wind wreaks unholy vengeance everywhere, mercilessly.
And here's why there's such violent wind. The Earth spins about 1,000 miles per hour. We don't feel this because everything is spinning together. The land, the water, the atmosphere. And Thomas says that when the pole shift happens, the Earth's air and water continue to spin, but the land masses stop.
In many places, the Earth's molten sublayer breaks through and spreads a sea of white, hot liquid fire. In a fraction of a day, all vestiges of civilization are gone, and the great cities, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, Dallas, New York, Boston, are nothing but legends. Barely a stone is left where millions walked just a few hours ago.
Now think of what would happen if you were in a car going 1,000 miles per hour that suddenly stopped. Now think of what would happen if a large city going 1,000 miles per hour suddenly stopped. Skyscrapers would collapse. Millions of people would be thrown around like they were in a food processor. Very few people would survive that. But survivors are the unlucky ones, because moving across the country at the speed of sound is a 2-mile-high wall of water, mud, and debris.
South America finds the Andes not high enough to stop the violence. In less than a day, the entire continent is burned by molten earth fire, buried under miles of violent seas, then turned into a frozen hell. Everything freezes, man, beast, plant, and mud in less than 4 hours.
When the shift happens, the land on Earth stops moving, so the sun stops moving in the sky. That means one side of the Earth is going to get really hot, and the other side really cold. A temperature drop of 180 degrees. That means even the warmest parts of the planet are going to be 80 degrees below zero. Everything is frozen solid within 4 hours.
Europe cannot escape. The Alps, Pyrenees, Urals are sunken, then heaved even higher when the wall of seawater strikes. Western Africa and the sands of the Sahara vanish. The fury marches on for 6 days. During the 6th day, the ocean starts to settle. The Bay of Bengal Basin just east of India is now at the North Pole. The Pacific Ocean just west of Peru is at the South Pole. New ice caps begin to form in the new polar areas. Greenland and Antarctica, now rotating equatorially, emerge with verdant tropical foliage.
Thomas is predicting a 90-degree shift to the Earth's axis, basically turning the planet on its side. The poles move to the equator, and the equator moves to the poles.
New York lies at the bottom of the Atlantic, covered by unbelievable amounts of mud. Of San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas, and Boston, not a trace is left. The cataclysm has done its work and drives the pitiful few who survive into a new Stone Age. We join Noah, Adam and Eve, Atlantis, Mu and Olympus, and Jesus joins Osiris, Tahura, Zeus, and Vishnu.
In the first chapter of his book, Dr. Thomas paints a terrifying future. But how likely is it? In the next few chapters, Thomas goes on to not only prove his pole shift is possible, that it's happened before and will happen again very soon. In fact, there are signs that it may have already begun. Every culture has a flood myth. Abrahamic religions have Noah's flood. The Mayans have the Huracan flood, where the word hurricane comes from. Ancient Hawaiians have the Nuku flood. The Sumerians wrote about a flood in Gilgamesh. Europe, Asia, Pacific Islanders, and native tribes from all over America. They all talk about a great flood that cleansed the earth so civilization could start again. Now, one myth is just folklore. Two myths are a coincidence. 40 flood myths? This starts to look less like a myth and more like actual history. Now, on this channel, we typically associate great floods with the end of the last ice age, the Younger Dryas. And core samples provide solid evidence that this happened. But what's interesting is, Thomas said the last great flood wasn't 11,500 years ago, but 6,500 years ago. Now, in the 1960s, there was very little, if any, proof of this. But a few years ago, archaeologists found evidence of the Gunyu flood myth in China. Evidence of a great flood has been found in the Mediterranean and in the Black Sea. These discoveries put the flood between 6,500 and 7,000 years ago, more recent than the Younger Dryas, and right when Thomas says it happened. Chen Thomas provides the dates of other floods. The Younger Dryas is about 11,500 years ago. Before that, a flood 18,500 years ago. And this is exactly the time when the Bering Land Bridge went underwater. Before that, 29,000 years ago, which was the end of the Wisconsin glacial period. And before that, 43,800 years ago. But global floods aren't controversial. We know they happened. What is controversial is the claim that advanced civilizations existed before each of the floods. Mainstream archaeology and paleontology say the first civilization emerged in Mesopotamia 6,500 years ago. But what if that was just the last reboot?
No, like the Batman movies?
Exactly.
The Dark Knight Rises is the best one.
Can we discuss Batman later? I'm trying to talk about the end of the world here.
Oh, that's why I keep interrupting.
Howard. When we look at the erosion around the base of the Great Sphinx, we see patterns that were formed by running water. Vast amounts of water moving at tremendous speeds. But if this is water erosion, that means the Sphinx was created before the last flood 6,500 years ago, which is before the emergence of the Egyptian civilization. Archaeologists hate that idea. And they really hate the idea that the Sphinx was built over 10,000 years ago. But there's other evidence of a cataclysmic pole shift, specifically of a great mud flood and a sunken continent.
Do you mean?
I mean Atlantis. Chen Thomas makes some pretty extreme claims in the Adam and Eve story. Extraordinary claims need extraordinary evidence. In his dialogues, Plato famously introduced the world to Atlantis, the advanced utopian society that was destroyed in a cataclysm. Now, until definitive proof of Atlantis is found, it will continue to be considered a mythical land. But that won't and shouldn't stop people from looking for it. There's a geological feature in northwest Africa called the Richat structure, also called the Eye of the Sahara. It's about the right size and shape for Atlantis. Plato described the city as concentric rings with a waterway flowing out. But even among Atlantis believers, there's debate about whether this is a man-made structure or a natural one. But what I find fascinating is near the Eye of the Sahara and all over the planet, you'll see large ripples in the landscape. Now, on the ground, these look like rolling hills, but they're actually about 50 feet high, the size of a 5-story building. And they were caused by water. A lot of water.
This is one of the craziest things you'll ever see. These ripples, repeated ripples, in an area where there's nothing else like it. This is the fingerprints of the flood. That's what it is. Wow. The water here, Joe, the way to visualize this is to begin to think of tsunami. Here, what you have to visualize is a tsunami sweeping over the land that's over 1,000 feet deep. And it's sweeping down over this land at probably 200 or 300 million cubic feet per second, which is an inconceivable amount of water.
But Atlantis isn't the only place lost to this disaster. On the other side of the world, we have another lost continent. This is called the Land of Mu. Mu is described by Augustus Lake Blondjon and later by James Churchward, both of whom translated very old texts from the Maya and India. Both of these cultures, on opposite sides of the world, describe a vast continent in the Pacific that reached Hawaii in the north, and as far south as Easter Island, and as far west that it almost reached the islands of Japan. James Bramwell and William Scott Elliott, both proponents of this theory, claim the continent was destroyed in a cataclysm 11,500 years ago. There's that date again. The Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan is said to be the underwater ruins of Mu. Nam Madol in Micronesia is considered to be the southern part of Mu. The site is full of structures made of enormous logs of volcanic rock. Nobody knows who built this or how, but their society was advanced. Just recently, LiDAR imaging from the air shows that at one time, Nam Madol had an artificial irrigation system that could bring fresh water to residents all over the area. The eastern part of Mu is Easter Island, and there could be evidence of a cataclysm there. On Easter Island are the Wise statues, and you've seen these. It's lots of heads, about 1,000 actually. And most people don't realize that these statues have bodies buried deep underground. So there are two options. One, whoever built the statues first dug holes, then buried 30-foot-tall, 80-ton statues up to their necks, then filled in the holes. Or two, the statues were completely above ground, but at some point were buried by something. And look at Easter Island. It's a tiny island in the middle of nowhere. At one point, 12,000 people lived there. Where did they come from? Mainstream anthropology says that people from Polynesia took a canoe out thousands of miles in the middle of the Pacific and hoped for the best. But if the continent of Mu was real, then they could have just walked there. This could also explain why Polynesian languages share similarities to Greek, and maybe why on Easter Island they worshipped a sun god called Ra, which is awfully close to the Egyptian sun god Ra. And the connections don't stop there. There are similarities between Greek, Egyptian, and even Indian gods, as if all these cultures intermingled or came from a single source. Chan Thomas lays out some good evidence for the cyclical cataclysm theory. But the big questions are how and when will it happen? Well, you're not going to like the answer. Dr. Chan Thomas lays out a compelling argument for a coming global cataclysm. But when? Well, to answer that, we have to understand how it happened. In the story of Adam and Eve, Thomas includes a diagram showing the cross-section of the Earth and a description of the process.
The process of a cataclysm is known now. Look at the cross-section of the Earth inside the front cover. You'll see two molten layers, the orange ones. The important one is the thin molten layer starting 60 miles down, extending 60 miles deeper to 120 miles below the surface of the Earth. The thick, deep molten layer starting 1,800 miles down at the bottom of the mantle and extending 1,300 miles deeper is the outer core. Seismology has proven these two orange layers to be molten, and they are white hot, over 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit.
Dr. Thomas was able to predict seismic activity all over the world.
Inside the Earth, the electrical and magnetic structure of the interior makes the layers act as if they were near solid. As long as the magnetic and electrical structure of the Earth maintains its orderliness, it keeps rotating on axis in a normal manner. Every few thousand years, the magnetic and electrical orderliness in the shallow molten layer is disorganized, to the extent that the shallow molten layer is allowed to act as a free liquid, which then serves as a lubricant for the ice caps to pull the shell around the Earth's interior so as to have the ice caps shift about 90 degrees into the torrid zone.
When this event occurs, the layer beneath the Earth's crust turns from solid to liquid. Then the land masses can slide around freely, and the weight of the ice caps then yanks the Earth off axis.
In 1/4 to 1/2 a day, the geographic poles move to the torrid zone, and all hell lets loose.
Well, that's an understatement.
The atmosphere and the Earth's oceans don't shift with the shell. They just keep on rotating west to east, and at the equator, that speed is about 1,037 miles per hour. So while the shell shifts with the poles going to the equator, the winds and oceans continue eastward, blowing and flooding across the Earth at supersonic speeds, inundating continents with water miles deep, destroying everything with which man has ever dealt, including himself. That's a summary of the process.
When is all this supposed to happen? I need time to get a steel reinforced bow.
Well, Chan Thomas updated his prediction in 1993 and said the shift would happen in 7 years, around the year 2000. He mentioned that Nostradamus and Edgar Cayce made the same prediction.
Yeah, but that's over 20 years ago, which means we're due.
We're due. There's a lot more to the Adam and Eve story, but those are the bullet points. And if you want to read the entire book, there are links below. So, should we panic? Well, let's address a few items in the book and see how they compare with known science. But first, let's clear up a few things. I told the story based on what's in the book and in the articles and videos floating around the web. The videos aren't completely accurate. First, you'll hear that Chan Thomas is a made-up name. Because the subject matter was so explosive, he wrote the book under a pseudonym. Well, this isn't true. Dr. Chan Thomas was a real person. Chan is a nickname. His full name was Dr. Chauncey Powers Thomas. He was born in Missouri in 1920 and passed away in 1998. He was married and had children and grandchildren. He was an electrical engineer and he did work for McDonnell Douglas. He even appeared as a UFO expert in a documentary in the 90s, and he was on Johnny Carson on April 7th, 1965, with Ava Gabor.
Well, there's no point in this story that I think we'd end up with Johnny Carson and Ava Gabor.
Dr. Thomas wrote a few books, some about the coming cataclysm. He wrote about ESP, UFOs. He wrote one book on how to teach yourself natural childbirth.
Wait, what does he know about childbirth? Now, I'm not a biologist, but I don't think Ben can...
Don't go there. Another thing you'll hear is that the book was originally 284 pages, but the CIA only released 57 of those pages.
Not true?
Nah, the original book was 57 pages. If you look at the table of contents, the conclusion begins on page 45. And some people will say the CIA is withholding documents because pages are missing, like page 8, page 18, page 20, and a few others. Well, they're missing because they're the opposite sides of title pages. In the original book, they're blank. And I can show you this. Someone has a copy. So the CIA document is the whole thing.
Oh, then why classify it?
Well, that's a bit of a mystery. What was classified was the book, an inter-office memo with a shopping list for some tools and car parts, and a folded-up article snipped from People magazine.
But that's pretty random.
Yeah, if I had to guess, this document was in the possession of a caseworker, and it was classified just as a matter of course. In 1966, the year it was classified, Dr. Thomas was working at McDonnell Douglas on UFO and anti-gravity technology. He also worked as a project engineer at Bell Labs on a missile guidance system. Chan Thomas was known to be highly intelligent, but very eccentric. The classified documents were probably part of background report, or maybe someone just keeping an eye on him. You'll hear that the book was banned, but it wasn't. Just this one document was classified. There were copies in circulation. He also published follow-ups in 1971 and 1993, and neither is classified. As for the content of the book itself, Thomas doesn't provide any solid evidence. He makes a lot of deductions from old texts, some of which are pretty big leaps. And it seems like he's borrowing ideas from other catastrophists like Hapgood, Immanuel Velikovsky, and a few others. But he's cherry-picking his favorite parts without giving specifics. For example, his theory about the ice caps knocking the Earth off axis, well, that comes from Hapgood's first book. But after working with scientists, including Albert Einstein, Hapgood issued a follow-up book that explains how he got that wrong. But Dr. Thomas, he sticks with the story. And the liquid crust bit he talks about, he says the Earth's magnetism and electricity become disrupted. He offers no evidence or even an explanation of how it happens, just that it does. Now, there are ice core samples from the eastern part of Antarctica that show it's been covered in ice for at least 1.5 million years. Now, granted, the western side of the continent is a little trickier because it may not have always been covered in ice. But either way, we know for certain it's been down there for a long time. When Chan Thomas released an expanded version of the book in 1993, he didn't make any corrections or provide any new evidence, but he did have chapters on ESP, on UFOs, and on angels. It doesn't read as scientific at all. In fact, it's a hot mess. He jumps all over the place without a cohesive narrative. It feels like he gathered a bunch of ideas he had over the years and then threw them into one final book. So, two questions. Was Dr. Chan Thomas a serious researcher? No. But is there evidence to support some of his claims? There is. Now, I don't believe Dr. Chauncey Powers Thomas was a serious researcher. Whether he really had ESP or not, I'd rather not get into it. But some of the claims he makes in his book have been proven possible. We know that global floods have happened. The evidence is everywhere. But these floods, specifically from the Younger Trias, were not from the oceans. They were from the rapid melting glaciers. Still, they were destructive. They really did create tsunamis 1,000 feet high, and they really raised the sea level hundreds of feet. He says the temperature drops so much and so quickly that everything is instantly frozen solid. He talks about woolly mammoths being frozen with buttercups in their mouths. Now, this is true. Mammoths have been discovered that were frozen in the middle of eating. Now, it takes a long time to freeze a steak, but the flash freeze of a mammoth, those conditions would have to be extreme. According to Thomas, seismic activity is one of the reasons the Earth's axis shifts. This is also true. NASA found that the big Indonesian earthquake in 2004 shifted the North Pole about 25 centimeters east, and then its rotation sped up, which decreased the length of a day by 2.7 microseconds. In 2010, an earthquake in Chile did the same thing. The Earth's axis shifted and the day was shortened again. In Japan the following year, it happened again.
Is this a concern?
Not really, no. Earthquakes speed up the Earth a little bit, but the moon slows it down. Things stay pretty well balanced. The shifts aren't anything to worry about. Now, the shifting magnetic poles, that is a concern. We know the Earth's poles flip-flop. North becomes south and vice versa. And geologically speaking, it happens a lot. It's happened hundreds of times. On average, the time between shifts is about 300,000 years. But we haven't shifted in almost 800,000 years, so we're way overdue.
How do we know it flipped?
Well, because when lava cools, it creates a record of the orientation of past magnetic fields, like a tape recorder records sound.
Ooh, that's pretty cool, actually.
The poles are always moving. In the early 1990s, the North Pole was drifting about 9 miles per year, but that's been steadily increasing. In fact, GPS is updated periodically to account for this. But GPS is being updated every 5 years, then every year, and now every 6 months. The pole is now drifting at almost 40 miles per year, and the Earth's magnetic field is weakening quickly. These are signs that a shift could be coming. So what then? Is that the end of the world? Well, life will go on. Animals that navigate using geomagnetism will be confused, but in a generation or two, they'll figure it out. Animals that don't use magnetism probably won't notice a difference. The geologic record shows no major die-offs during pole shifts, and our species has lived through a few shifts the past 3 million years, and we're still here. But our ancestors didn't have satellites or GPS or planes. A lot of our technology is going to go haywire, but code can be rewritten and software can be patched. The real danger is in between the shifts. As we approach a pole shift, the Earth's magnetic field gets tangled up and extremely weakened. This leaves us vulnerable to solar activity. Solar winds, storms, coronal mass ejections, these are bad. Without our magnetic field to protect us, satellites will get fried if they're not hardened. Rates of cancer will increase dramatically. And if you think climate change is a problem now...
Climate change is not a problem now.
Yeah, it is.
Don't be a sheep.
Either way, the climate will be very unpredictable. But the biggest danger is our power grids. High enough solar activity could knock out all electricity on Earth for days or weeks, maybe months in some places. To say there will be civil unrest is a huge understatement. When Dr. Chan Thomas released his book, The Adam Eve Story, it was dismissed as pseudoscience. But in the 50 or so years since it was published, a lot of his claims can be proven. It would seem that, in some cases, the difference between pseudoscience and real science is just time. And if just a fraction of Dr. Thomas's predictions come true, our time is running out. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the White Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do us a favor, subscribe, share, like, comment. I know I'm a broken record, but that stuff really helps the channel. And like most topics we cover on this channel, today's topic was recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, good.
Oh man, go. Complete story of the Bible on a map, bitch. Let's go. Bruh. It's annoying, dude. It's so fucking annoying. Bang. Boom, bitch. You can't hide it now. Anderson. Hey, an underwater drone entered Jada's well of footage. Bang. Anderson, fuck your say, fucking chill.
Fast internet now delivered the fastest. Powered by DoorDash. Get a guaranteed same price for 5 years. No surprises for your budget. One price, guaranteed for 5 years.
Jacob's Well, a popular swimming hole near Wimberley, will remain closed to swimmers for the foreseeable future.
The drone slipped beneath the surface, its lights cutting through the clear blue water of Jacob's Well. The first 30 feet were stunning. colors that had no business existing in a cave, shafts of filtered sunlight, pale limestone walls glowing turquoise and gold, water so clear it looked like liquid air. But this was no ordinary dive. This machine was descending into a forbidden zone, a place where at least 12 people have disappeared forever. Scientists watched their monitors as the drone pushed deeper into the narrow, twisting passages that divers call the trap. They had come to map the cave. What the drone's camera captured instead was something else entirely. A discovery so disturbing, it confirmed everything the well's darkest reputation had promised. The Well of Whispers. In the sun-baked rolling landscape of Texas hill country, just outside the small town of Wimberley, Cypress Creek runs shallow and clear over ancient limestone bedrock laid down nearly 100 million years ago. And in the bed of that creek, there is a hole. A dark, perfectly circular opening about 12 feet across, sitting in the middle of otherwise gentle, knee-deep water. This is Jacob's Well. On any hot Texas afternoon, this place is alive with people. Families, college students, tourists lined up along the surrounding limestone ledges, launching themselves one after another into the impossibly clear, endlessly cool water below. The spring-fed well holds at 68 degrees Fahrenheit year-round, fed by the vast underground reservoir of the Trinity Aquifer, one of the most important freshwater systems in the American Southwest. It looks like paradise. It feels like an oasis. It is one of the most photographed swimming holes in Texas. But the scene is a beautiful illusion, because every single person leaping into that water is jumping into the mouth of a massive, complex, and genuinely deadly underwater cave system. Jacob's Well is not a well in the conventional sense. It is a karst spring, the surface opening of a vertical cave that drops straight down through layers of limestone into the darkness of the aquifer far below. The process that carved it took millions of years, slightly acidic groundwater dissolving the rock grain by grain, opening chambers and passages that grew into a labyrinth no human mind designed and no human hand controls. For swimmers, the experience ends at the bottom of the first room, a sunlit chamber roughly 30 feet deep. For cave divers, that chamber is just the welcome mat. Jacob's Well is a legend in the cave diving world, but for all the wrong reasons. It is known as a diver's grave. The cave is designed by pure geological accident, like a perfect natural trap. At minimum 4 known chambers stacked deeper into the earth, each one more dangerous than the last, connected by narrow passages with names that sound like warnings. The transition between the second and third chambers requires squeezing through a constriction so tight, divers named it the birth canal. Further down, features have been labeled the coffin and the final squeeze. These are not dramatic flourishes. They are accurate descriptions of spaces that have ended human lives. The water's deceptive clarity is the well's most dangerous weapon. The floors of the deep chambers are not solid rock. They are covered in a thick, fine layer of powdery limestone silt accumulated over centuries. A single misplaced fin kick instantly transforms crystal clear visibility into a dense, opaque white cloud. This is a silt out. In that total blindness, a diver becomes disoriented within seconds. They cannot see their gauges. They cannot find their dive buddy. Most critically, they cannot locate the safety guideline that leads back to the surface if they thought to run one at all. Panic takes over. A panicked diver burns through their air supply at a terrifying rate. They get lost. They run out of air. And the well claims another victim. At least 12 people have lost their lives in these passages. Many bodies are wedged in locations so deep or so structurally unstable that recovery has been deemed impossible. The well becomes their permanent tomb. And despite this history, the pull of these depths has never weakened. Divers, especially young and ambitious ones, keep coming. They want to go deeper. They want to solve the mystery. The cycle of tragedy became so severe that local authorities eventually welded a heavy metal grate of thick rebar directly over the entrance to the deeper chambers. They believed this would finally close the story.
No.
It did not. Driven by the silent promise of secrets below, divers began arriving after dark with bolt cutters. The grate was cut open again and again. The well refused to stay closed. That is when science stepped in, not to send another human into the darkness, but to send something that did not need to breathe. The camera's chilling find. On a calm morning, a team of researchers and geologists gathered at the edge of Jacob's Well. The mood was focused and tense. A white van sat parked on the limestone bank, its side doors open to reveal a bank of high-definition monitors. This was the control center. The machine they were deploying was a small, bright yellow, remotely operated vehicle called Explorer. Industrial grade, built to withstand crushing pressure. Equipped with multiple 4K cameras, powerful forward-facing lights, and advanced sonar capable of mapping cave walls in total.
How in the fucking world are you gonna tell me that we went to the moon and we are fun? We haven't been there back yet, so there goes that. But Elon, you're gonna tell us that we easily go to the space station, we're about to go to Mars, this, that, and the third. And you're telling me that we can't make a goddamn non-human fucking driving AI fucking capsule, submarine capsule, whatever the fuck, to fucking move around underneath the fucking ocean floor? How? Tell me how. Tell me how. Fucking make it out of one piece of fucking plexiglass. There you go. Plexiglass is not gonna fucking bust under pressure. I mean, other than that, like, I guess you gotta fucking. Well, if you're gonna get gangster with it, it's gonna take a very long time. If you're gonna get gangster with it, you put a fucking string on it. That's it. A fucking string on it, and you just let it go. Let it go. So you have no fucking threat or fucking an attempt on it fucking having a leak or a seal fucking that's gonna fucking combust somewhere. No, you treat it like a goddamn fishing line. A damn fishing line that you just lure it out. Just let it go. Let it take it away like a kite. Like a fucking kite. It did one time, but like a fucking kite. Get a little kid to do it. Get a fucking kid to do it, I guarantee it. You want to see get a kid with high levels of autism or ADHD or whatever. He's gonna love to do that. And be like, yo, I thought he was autistic or he had ADHD. No. He just doesn't like fucking listening to a fucking dumb fucking teacher talking about fucking history. No. Well, he will play the fucking shit out of a fucking kite underneath the ocean fucking game. Oh, he loves that one. He loves that game, trust me. Fucking stupid fucking bro. Yeah, that ain't stupid, bro. I'm talking like they haven't thought of this shit yet. Bro, I'm fucking as dumb as the next fucking crayon in the fucking Creole bot, bro. No, they tell us this shit because they expect us to fucking listen to it. They're fucking idiots. And all you need is a majority of people. All you need is a majority of people to go with the narrative. And, I mean, yeah, most of the boomers fucking literally like they have no more saying anything wrong because the boomers, well, I mean, the boomers' parents, they're pretty much gone. Not all, but they're still around or whatever. Now, whether you push the ideology of the boomers and their parents to the children and the children fucking listen to it, that's one thing. But there will be the shift. There will be the shift of where the millennials, Z, X, Beta, whatever the fuck that is, whatever generation you guys are now. and it's able to turn. By that time, we dropped a fucking alien, a fake staged alien invasion will happen. Project Movie, whatever the fuck will happen, bro. Project Movie is supposed to have been happening. This is all supposed to have been happening. This really fucked up when it came to the virus. How? I don't know. You would think that since they already had their boot on our necks, no fucking pun intended, George Floyd. Since they had their boots on our neck, you know, they could just do anything. No. See, this is the thing about America. And I just found out Sweden was the same thing. I didn't know. I didn't know Sweden had fucking a second amendment as well. Not a second, I don't know if it's a second amendment per se, but they have guns. They're allowed, they're fucking, their country was built on it, they're not. We have guns. That's exactly why we are not fucking in a fucking situation like Britain, UK, London. We're not in that situation. We would have been in that situation. Well, fuck, right, we would have been in that situation. But we would have damn near been in that situation. Wait, bro, the fucking liberals would have fucking, yeah, you think you hate ICE? You think liberals hated ICE? Bro, if guns weren't a thing, fucking liberals would have been working for free with ICE. For free. For free. You don't give a fuck about no fucking goddamn fucking immigrants. No. Hell no. Man, that's the only thing that keeps our country afloat, bro, is guns. I mean, and until that time happens, bro, I mean, I think it just takes a couple more immigrants. Just a couple more immigrants, since we're not having children anymore in our fucking everything's shot to shit. I mean, Europeans come over here, but what are they gonna do? There's no guns. There's no guns. If there was no guns, I'm saying if there was no guns. That's what I'm saying. Europeans, like our descendants who came and discovered the land, Europeans. Native Americans here first, whatever the fuck, believe what you want, whatever. But in the story it goes Europeans. So I mean, our last stand, say we ever in Civil War, our last stand would be like, yo, need you guys, bro. We need us. We need our natural fucking, our ancestors, bro. We need our ancestors, fucking. And we're just poisoning, bro. We're just poisoning along. You think they was just fucking, fucking hit the mentions button and just fucking, don't leave them anymore. Fucking just let's just grab all the elites and just fucking drop them in, bro. And stop fucking you, bro. Let's be out, Joe. No, little do they know. I don't know. I guess they just try to ease into it. They fucked up. I don't know. Maybe they acquired what they call a heart. They started catching feelings. I don't think that's the answer. Play Bill Gates, bro. Play Bill Gates, bro. If your parents, bro, were the ones that opened up the very first fucking wellness centers or fucking, what is it? Abortion clinics? I'm sorry. Abortion clinic? If your fucking mother and father were the inventors of abortion clinics and you didn't fucking break that fucking mold? I know that it was.
Total darkness with centimeter level precision. A thick fiber optic tether connected it to the van, delivering live video in real time. The mission was straightforward. Descend to the fourth chamber. Build the first complete three-dimensional map of the system. A technician lowered the Explorer into the 12-foot mouth of the well. On the monitors, the screen filled with blue. The first chamber was beautiful. Texas sunlight caught the rock walls, illuminating the room in pale gold and turquoise. The operator tilted the drone forward and guided it down an angled slope into the second chamber. The screen shifted from bright blue to deep indigo. At 80 feet, the sunlight was gone. The drone's lights engaged, cutting white cones through absolute subterranean blackness. Smooth, pale limestone walls carved by millennia of moving water. Then came the birth canal, barely wide enough for the ROV floor of deep, loose gravel. The operator cut the thrusters back to minimum power, threading the drone through with millimeter precision, avoiding the silt. A few tense minutes later, it emerged into the third chamber, a wider, darker void. Silent and still. Systems checked. Everything stable. The operator pointed the drone toward a narrow crack at the far end of the chamber, the entrance to the fourth. The drone pushed into the tunnel. The walls closed in immediately. The passage was tight. The floor, a shifting, unstable bed of rock and silt. This was a place no human had seen in decades. Then the drone's lights caught something, a reflection, off something that was not rock. The operator stopped. Something metallic. He zoomed in. On the monitor, unmistakable, a scuba fin sticking upright from a pile of gravel. The van went completely silent. The operator panned slowly. A few feet away, a corroded oxygen tank, half buried in silt, its regulator encrusted with decades of mineral deposit. Then a tattered strip of black wetsuit snagged on a rock projection. And then they saw it. Tucked into a crevice, partially pinned beneath gravel that had shifted over years and decades, were the skeletal remains of a human being. The scientists went still. This was no longer a geological survey. It had become a recovery mission performed by a robot. The drone held position, its lights illuminating the silent underwater tomb. The diver's gear was clearly from another era. On the remains of the wetsuit, a small faded name tag was barely visible. With digital enhancement, the letters came slowly into focus. The name read Kent Mocken. The name hit the team like a physical impact. Kent Mocken was not just another lost diver. His disappearance on September 9, 1979, was one of the most documented and haunting incidents in the well's history, generating newspaper coverage, a major rescue operation, and a community trauma that Wimberley had carried for more than 40 years. Now a robot was providing the answer decades after the fact. The footage revealed the mechanism with terrible clarity. The passage was extraordinarily narrow. The floor was unstable gravel that could flow and cascade like slow-motion liquid when disturbed. Kent had not simply gotten stuck. The cave had buried him, but the drone was not finished. As the camera panned further, the lights found another set of scuba tanks, another fin. Kent Mocken had not been alone when he died. The van absorbed the realization in silence. The drone was hovering inside a mass grave, confirming what had long been suspected but never visually documented. This was the first time anyone had seen the fourth chamber in high definition. Before this moment, it existed only in survivor accounts and rough sketches. Now they had proof that was irrefutable, visual, and permanent. The well was not merely a maze. It was an active, predatory environment of shifting stone that had been holding its secrets in the dark for decades. Who was Kent Mocken, and why did he go down there? To understand what that drone found, you have to go back to September 9th, 1979. Cave diving in that era was effectively the Wild West of extreme exploration. There were no widely enforced safety standards, no mandatory guidelines, no institutional authority capable of stopping an experienced open water diver from deciding on a warm Texas evening that he was going to push into an underwater cave passage with nothing but a tank of air and his own confidence. It was a frontier culture built on bravery, ambition, and the specific thrill of going somewhere no one had gone before. Jacob's Well was one of their most coveted prizes. The fourth chamber, largely unmapped, rarely reached, occupied a specific place in the mythology, the last frontier of the system, the room that separated the Sirius from everyone else. Kent Moffat was built for that world. Experienced, fearless, obsessed with the well after multiple dives that had taken him progressively deeper without satisfying compulsion. His companion that evening was Mark Brashear, a student at San Antonio College, eager, adventurous, deeply impressed by the more seasoned Kent. They were part of a group of 8 divers who had driven out to Wimberley and set up camp near the well. The kind of trip that starts with excitement and the nervous energy of people about to do something that scares them. As darkness settled, Kent and Mark suited up. Another diver named Joe entered the water with them and followed through the first chamber, down into the second, and watched them squeeze through the birth canal into the third. Then the plan deviated in a way Joe had not been told to expect. At the far end of the third chamber, Kent and Mark stopped at the dark crack in the rock and began removing their steel tanks from their backs, pushing them ahead into the passage. Standard technique for navigating tight spaces. Also a technique that committed you fully before you could assess what was inside. Nobody had told Joe this was the plan. He swung his light frantically. Mark never looked back. He just kept pushing himself into the hole. Joe stayed at the entrance and banged his dive knife against his tank. Sharp, ringing signals through the water. Silence answered him. His own gauge was running low. He held his light aimed into the tunnel as long as survival allowed, a desperate beacon, and then turned for the surface. As he ascended, the crystal clear water turned white. A full silt out expanding upward through the cave. Something deep inside had disturbed the gravel. Either the 2 divers moving through it, or as the drone footage would later confirm, the unstable floor cascading under their weight. Joe broke the surface alone. He looked around at the quiet Texas night. He screamed for help. He already knew. The well had taken them. A grave in the gravel. The police officer who responded that night made a call to Don Dibble, owner of a local dive shop in San Antonio, former Navy diver, and widely regarded as the finest deep-water rescue specialist in the state of Texas. Dibble had responded to diving emergencies before. He knew what late-night emergency calls from Jacob's Well meant in terms of survival probability. But he came anyway, immediately, with his partner, Paul Battaglia, and a team of trained volunteer rescue divers. When they arrived at the well, the other divers from the group were gathered on the limestone bank, shaken and hollowed out by what they had watched happen. One of them reported that he had briefly attempted to enter the passage and believed he had seen something, shapes that might have been bodies, already partially covered by fresh gravel inside the cave. Don Dibble walked to the edge of the well and looked at the dark opening in the water. He was a professional who had seen difficult things. He made the hard call. It was too dark, too silty, and too dangerous to send anyone in immediately. They would wait for daylight. The team would be ready for a recovery operation in the morning. They had no idea the well was not finished. The next morning arrived heavy with grim purpose. The first divers descended with small garden trowels, the tool of choice for delicate underwater excavation in unstable environments. They reached the entrance to the 4th chamber and found exactly what the drone would document 46 years later. A wall of loose, shifting gravel, filling the passage like sand in an hourglass. They began moving it one careful handful at a time. For every rock they removed, more slid down from above to fill the space. The pile was in permanent slow-motion collapse. Moving it made it worse. It was like trying to excavate a hole in dry sand underwater, in total darkness, while breathing compressed air at a depth where every mistake accelerates toward catastrophe. The conflicting and increasingly alarmed reports coming back from the divers produced in Don Dibble the decision that defines certain kinds of leaders. He announced he was going in himself. He was not going to ask his team to go somewhere he would not go. He geared up with methodical calm, took a game warden named Calvin Turner as his safety diver, and staged spare air tanks at 25 feet and 75 feet as protocol required. He ran his safety line from the surface down into the cave. At the entrance to the fatal passage, he paused and checked his pressure gauge. 1100 psi. He calculated it against his depth, his workload, the temperature of the water. He had approximately 10 minutes. He gave the OK signal to Calvin, who held position at the entrance, and pushed his head and shoulders into the opening. The entire gravel pile collapsed. A cascade of rock and silt poured down in an instant and buried him to his arms. The water went from clear to zero visibility before he could process what had happened. He was pinned in absolute darkness, unable to move his arms, unable to bang his tank for help, unable to signal the diver 3 feet behind him that he was in trouble. His breathing rate spiked involuntarily. The compressed air that had promised him 10 minutes began draining at a rate he could feel but not control. He felt consciousness beginning to pull back from the edges. In that moment, Don Dibble made the kind of decision that only becomes possible when all other options have been removed. He accepted that he was going to die in Jacob's Well alongside the men he had come to find. He decided that rather than spend his final air in panic, he would accelerate the process. He opened his mouth and began swallowing the silty water. Then his body acted without permission. A violent, involuntary convulsion, the deepest survival reflex the human nervous system possesses, shook his entire frame. It shifted him just enough. Through the opaque cloud of disturbed silt, a light appeared. Calvin Turner had recognized the silt cloud for what it meant and moved in without hesitation, extending a spare regulator, an octopus line, into the darkness. Don's hand found it. He pushed it into his mouth and drew the first breath of a man who had just come back from somewhere most people do not return from. He was alive, but the story was not finished with him. In the struggle, Don had swallowed significant quantities of air along with the water. As he and Calvin ascended toward the surface, the water pressure decreasing with every foot they rose. That air began to expand inside his stomach the way gas expands in any pressurized container when the pressure is released. He could not expel it. The pain built to a level that he later described.
Make your browser fast. Make your browser. Choose Google for your
As beyond language. He understood what an air embolism meant. He understood he could not ascend slowly enough to be safe and fast enough to survive simultaneously. He chose fast and clawed his way to the surface. When he emerged from Jacob's Well, his stomach was distended beyond recognition. He removed the regulator from his mouth and screamed. The pain, he would say later, was beyond anything he had experienced in a life that had included genuinely dangerous situations. It lasted 12 hours. At Brooke Army Medical Center, physicians initially treated him for decompression sickness. The recompression chamber did not help. X-rays revealed the truth. His stomach wall had ruptured internally from the expanding gas pressure. The resulting peritonitis, a massive infection of the abdominal cavity, was a condition that killed most patients before modern surgical intervention became available. The surgeon who operated described cutting into him as like slicing into a fully inflated basketball. It was a 1 in a million injury produced by a sequence of events that had never been documented before in diving medicine. The fact that Don Dibble survived is, by any reasonable assessment, a miracle. While he fought for his life in a San Antonio hospital, the recovery operation continued at the well. Another expert diver, Don Broad, descended and confirmed what every diver who had reached that passage was now reporting. The gravel was impassable. The only path to recovering Kent and Mark required removing the entire gravel bed from the top down, working through 60 feet of water with industrial equipment. A commercial company, Schaefer Diving, was contracted. They brought in an industrial suction hose and began the extraordinary work of vacuuming tons of gravel from depth and depositing it into Cypress Creek. Days of labor. For every foot they cleared, the unstable walls of the...
Shit, bro. Fuck. Shit never falls ever. Shit, bitch. Fuck, man. I actually signed one of this keyboard. I was worried, so. Bitch. You really had to fucking turn off the goddamn fucking documentary, really? Fuck, shit. Man. Bitch. Mine. I know those. Don't start, bro. Don't start. Yo, you're gonna do it, right? It's gonna happen, right? It's gonna happen, isn't it?
Passage contributed more. The well was actively refilling the space they created. The money that had been committed ran out before the passage did. A final assessment team from the company Brown and Root arrived and delivered the same verdict every expert had reached. The risk was categorically unacceptable. The well was a moving, self-sealing grave. 12 days after Kent Maupin and Mark Brashear disappeared, the official search was ended. They were left where they were. The well was sealed with a concrete lid and permanent grate. The fatal gravel bed, as it came to be known in the diving community, had defeated every human effort to recover what it held. A portal in the water. The Explorer drone mission accomplished something that decades of human diving and institutional effort had failed to produce. A clear, documented visual account of what the fourth chamber actually looked like and exactly how it killed.
And so forth. So most people never know the extent of the swimming hole that they're swimming in. It's a difficult cave to dive. Without the proper training, it could be deadly.
The scientists who watched that footage in real time were visibly shaken. Several of them had studied cave systems professionally for years. None of them had seen anything quite like what the lights of a small yellow ROV revealed in those passages. But the footage solved the physical mystery without touching the deeper one. Because Jacob's Well has never been just a geological feature to the people who know it, live near it, or have encountered it in ways they cannot fully explain. The limestone that forms the Texas Hill Country is some of the oldest surface rock in the state, laid down during the Cretaceous period and shaped by water over a timescale that makes human history look like an afternoon. The Edwards Plateau, of which this region is a part, contains hundreds of caves, springs, and karst features, windows into an underground world that covers thousands of square miles and connects in ways that are still being mapped. Jacob's Well sits at the surface expression of one of the most significant nodes in that system. It is not simply a cave.
I was falling in love with you. My dreams. Oh my life, till my dying days, I'll be loving you. That's at work, bro. That is at work, bro. Oh my God, such a great song, bro. All I was doing fine. Myself around another good time. Can you get me from out of the blue? I was falling in love with you. My hopes, my dreams, I rearranged, it's true. And it's all because of you, my baby. Oh my God. I'll be loving you. Oh my life. Wow, what a banger, bro. I'll be loving you. Wow. Such a good song, bro. And never let me go. Oh my gosh. Ugh, such a good song. Who's that name? What's his name? Another good time. Living for another blue. I was falling in love with you. Now everything was my dream. I rearranged it's true. It's all about you. Yeah, bro. Wow, what a good song. I could die with that song again. Ugh. I remember that shit so fucking I was falling in love. Wow. Wow. Ugh. That was banging, bro. Songs are banging, bro. Woo!
It is a living portal into the Trinity Aquifer, one of the primary water sources for millions of people across central Texas. The well's flow rate has been used for over a century as an indicator of the aquifer's health. When the well runs dry, as it has during severe droughts, most recently in 2009, and again in periods of drought in subsequent years, it is a warning sign that registers across the entire regional water management system. For over 100 years, locals have described the well as bottomless. The drone appeared to disprove this by mapping the known chambers. But the known chambers are only what has been accessed. The system is a honeycomb of dissolved limestone passages extending in multiple directions from the main vertical shaft. Divers who have reached the fourth chamber and survived have reported feeling air movement through cracks in the rock walls, movement that implies connections to spaces beyond. The drone's sonar captured readings that suggested additional voids behind the walls of the passages it traveled through. The fourth chamber may not be an endpoint. It may be a filter, a bottleneck between the accessible cave and a deeper system that has never been entered. Then there is what the indigenous people of this region understood about this place long before European settlers arrived and named it after a man called Jacob. The Tonkawa and other Texas tribes regarded springs as sacred places where the boundary between the surface world and the world below was permeable, where the earth breathed. Jacob's Well, as one of the most powerful springs in the region, would have occupied a significant place in that understanding. The oral traditions that recorded those beliefs were largely lost.
When you can have all the comforts of private. The Infiniti QX. Take luxury to new heights. In the Infiniti QX8 at your local Infiniti retailer. Come on, you fucking
during the violent disruption of indigenous
culture in the 19th century. But the sense of the place as something more than a geological feature persisted. People who have spent time at Jacob's Well, even people with no particular belief in the supernatural, often describe something they struggle to articulate. A quality of attention the place seems to direct toward you, a feeling of being observed from below. Divers who have survived close calls in the cave system, and there are survivors, people who made it back from the third and even the fourth chamber under terrifying conditions, describe a consistent phenomenon. A pull, not the current of moving water, but something more psychological, more directional. A compulsion to go just a little deeper, to see what is around the next turn, to push past the point where rational assessment would say, stop. Whether this represents a genuine environmental phenomenon, some combination of nitrogen narcosis, oxygen levels, carbon dioxide buildup, or infrasound from the aquifer's movement through narrow passages, or something else entirely, the experience is reported consistently enough that it cannot be dismissed. And then there is the aquifer itself. The Trinity Aquifer is an ancient, largely unexplored underground system covering enormous portions of Texas. What lives in it, what has adapted over geological time to its total darkness, its consistent temperature, its chemical composition, is not fully known. Cave-adapted species exist throughout karst systems worldwide, including in Texas. The Texas blind salamander, found only in the Edwards Aquifer to the west.
Sea turtles, several species of fish, catfish, sunfish, perch. These typically are animals that have entered the cave and have lost their way and can't get out. They don't live in a cave environment.
Evolved in total darkness over millions of years. What equivalent adaptations might have occurred over the same time scale in the Trinity system, in passages that no researcher has yet reached, is a legitimate scientific question. The answer is not known. The absence of knowledge is not the same as the absence of possibility. Jacob's Well is a natural wonder, a hydrological marvel, a direct and irreplaceable window into one of the most critical water systems in the American Southwest. It is also a tomb that holds at least 12 people and refuses to surrender them. Whatever you believe about what it holds beneath its surface, the geological, the historical, the ecological, the theoretical, one thing is beyond argument. It has kept its secrets for a very long time. The drone saw further into it than any human has managed in decades. And when the footage was reviewed in full, frame by frame, in the quiet of a research lab in the days that followed the mission, the scientists noted something they had not discussed publicly. At the very edge of the drone's sonar range, beyond the fourth chamber, the readings suggested the passage continued. How far? The sonar could not determine. The signal dissolved into static before an answer could be formed. The well goes deeper than the map. Is Jacob's Well a cursed place? A geological accident that happens to kill people? Or something stranger that science has not yet found language for? Leave your thoughts in the comments. and subscribe for more stories that go further than the surface.
This journey with childhood cancer comes at you in waves. Every day we wake up knowing that our 2-year-old has cancer.
One of the craziest animals on the savannah. Cunning minds. But water is a fatal boundary. Intelligence is useless before relentless instinct. What will they do to survive? The baboon, world's deadliest survivors. An embodiment of resilience against the reach of the ultimate predators. These creatures possess highly intricate social structures where wit often holds more sway than raw muscle. Typically, a solitary seeker will look before they leap before deciding to engage. As the 5 centimeters long canines of a male baboon are plenty to leave lasting reminders. At Ruaha National Park, there is an exception that defies every law of nature. Welcome to the Glade, a peaceful bend along the Goosey River.
It's the big migration. All these animals migrate at the same time.
The Glade Pride, a robust family. The baboons are present too, lingering in close proximity. Here, the Glade Pride follows a genetic code. They never pursue the baboon troop. This truce carries strict conditions for both parties. As a favorite spot for grazers, the Glade should naturally be a theater of high stakes. Yet the sight of the relaxed baboons provides a strange sense of security.
Baby chilling.
Kudu are the most cautious of all. They are incredibly difficult to reach. At the slightest snap of a twig, the kudu will vanish. The baboons are keeping their end of the bargain, acting as the unlikely informants. The kudu has chosen this as a resting spot, an anticipated misstep.
Good boy.
A greater kudu provides over 100 kilograms of sustenance. The lions are satisfied, while the baboons remain unharmed.
Hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello.
My name is Adam Ferrari.
Machiavellian intelligence. An intellect refined for strategic maneuvering and establishing authority within intricate societies. Within a baboon troop, influence is a political savvy. They truly know the ropes of their social hierarchy and doing whatever it takes to solidify their status. A large Chakma baboon, weighing about 40 kilograms, a massive mismatch. But as the baboon stands on two legs, the young lioness must call for backup. To the more seasoned lionesses, the baboon is just a pretender. It slips into the brush, biding its time for payback. But it cannot simply march toward the resting lion pride. Nor does it have the strength to take the juvenile lions. It retreats to the rocky den, home to its troop. Suddenly, a familiar sound emerges.
Takes a baby, takes the cubs. I bet you take a cub.
She is all alone, exhausted following the birth.
Take a cub.
The king's little ones weigh only about 2 kilograms,
Just take that bitch.
tiny and fragile. Baboons are omnivores.
Take that bitch.
They are exceptionally skilled at spotting the vulnerable. Another female warrior arrives. The group moves on, except for him.
Take little Simba and shit.
But the baboon must stay out of sight.
It's our work shit. Pray. You don't even know what happened, bitch. Don't even know what the fuck just
The
happened.
cub's faint cries will not reach its mother's ears. Soon, without warmth and mother's milk.
The jungle's so fucking.
It will no longer be able to make a sound.
Cop? What? I ain't take a cub, bitch. I ain't take that bitch. Nigga full as hell, bro. You don't even know.
Machiavellian intellect, mobbing maneuvers, ties with lions. All of these strategies are most effective when an opponent is visible and predictable. But the leopard is the most formidable test because it is in a league of its own and doesn't play by those rules. This is the most incredible large cat on the planet, a resilient survivor. This is the most incredible large cat on the planet, a resilient survivor. Unbound by any fixed menu, the leopard maintains an extensive selection of interests. The clever primate cannot utilize cooperative tactics with this seeker, for the leopard is a solitary soul. Smaller and more agile than a lion, this relentless seeker includes baboons on its list of interests. Nightfall is its preferred time for activity. It is a tall order for a daytime creature. to withstand one of the finest nocturnal specialists.
That nigga about to jump and just bring that fucking monkey with him. That motherfucker just chills on a little ass branch, bro. That's it. So what? Only that baboon need to do is just get on the back. Like, ride him.
During the day, baboons do not retreat.
Not retreat. That nigga retreating right there, bro. What you talking about?
Even when standing alone, a baboon demonstrates its strength. Mature male Cape baboons with exceptionally high levels of testosterone will not back down from a female leopard or a young male.
There's one. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah. All you gotta do is get in that back. All you gotta do is get in his back. That's it. Get in that back, bro. Ride that motherfucker, bro. Bro, that's so good.
But seasoned males are a whole different ballgame. They know how to throw the baboon troop into disarray and make them move before the quarry even notices.
They have leopards with females.
Research at the Kruger National Park confirms. During daylight hours, the success rate for a leopard confronting an adult baboon within the troop is nearly zero. Hunting and make them move before the park confirms. During daylight hours, the success rate for a leopard confronting an adult baboon within the troop is nearly zero. Baboons make up less than 5% of a leopard's diet in most regions because the price to pay is simply too high.
Why is it like a little chimp? Dad's not always about to be a baboon. Looks like a little chimpanzee. Spread out though.
Lion, cheetah, leopard. Against these hunters, the baboon can negotiate, push back, or at least find a way out. The crocodile grants the baboon no such chance. If their presence is revealed, the pursuit usually comes to nothing. Because baboons are far too quick on solid ground.
Worst case scenario, baboons will keep their home, bro, straight up.
At
fucking kid, wife, I don't know a wife, but kid, no problem.
Davo West, water is the essence of life. The Nile crocodile oversees this domain.
Fucking dinosaur, bro, this shit.
During those fleeting moments of refreshing themselves, focus wanes, and that is all a seeker needs to take action.
Uh-oh.
The crocodile's jaw strength is...
I'll fucking motherfuckers, bro. I go right into the fucking alligator, bro. Make sure you don't fucking bite me on the way down, bro. And just fucking straight fucking scratch his insides and fucking just edge it out from the insides to the outsides.
Unparalleled in the animal world. The only reason this yellow baboon remains among us is the particular scale of the crocodile. The baboon troop lingers. They see a chance to turn the tide. It will be quite a while. They see a chance
That was like a chimpanzee that the little baboons hold.
to turn the tide. It will be quite a while before he gathers the spirit to return to this riverbank. But the relationship between the baboon and the crocodile isn't always a one-way street. There is a time of year when they turn the tables. From July to September in East Africa, the female lays 40 to 80 eggs, and staying on guard throughout the 80 to 90 days of incubation.
The baboon just straight up fucking.
The mother crocodile goes without food entirely during that time, losing up to 30% of her body weight.
Oh shit, bro. These fucking guys are.
This is the only stretch of her life where she is no longer the perfect ambusher. They are tied down to a single spot.
Dinosaurs, bro.
Baboons are well aware of this window.
Oh, got an egg. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Little baby gators, bruh. Oh, just going ham on them bitches. Oh, shit. Oh, I couldn't wait to bring it back to the crib. Nothing. Oh, little sneaky motherfucker. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
The success rate for such raids reaches 75%. Yet, baboons cannot avoid the water's edge forever. During the dry season, the troops must relocate to find new water sources. At times, that means crossing the river. The journey across the water is the most high-stakes moment.
They all do that.
And despite every careful step,
They all gotta do that sometimes. I was supposed to be great migration, bro. I don't know where it's at. Those are the Everglades, I guess.
a mishap still occurs. Step. And despite every careful step, a mishap still occurs.
Look to your left, motherfucker. Look to your left, bitch. Oh, left. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Get him, boy. Get him. Fucker. That's so crazy, man. Oh, there you go. Done. Shit. He said George Floyd, BLM motherfucker, what's up?
The strike happens before the baboon's brain can process the signal.
That's some funky shit.
Once the baboon is pulled into the water, the scale tips entirely in the crocodile's favor.
Oh, man. They start attacking and shit.
All the tools that have helped baboons survive for millions of years
Throw out the window.
all come to nothing. This is the ultimate boundary that intellect cannot cross.
Oh, shit.
If you got hit, even as a passenger or in an Uber, you need to try this. I'm an attorney. I've been doing this for years. And I'm standing here because most...
He's like, he should spit out the bones and shit, bro. I'd be gangster as fuck.
If the crocodile exploits environmental vulnerabilities, the African rock python takes advantage of something even more unsettling.
Oh, shit.
The blind spot. The python is a sit-and-wait specialist. It simply bides its time for the baboons to come to it.
Baboons about to start eating little
No clear scent, no sound, no movement.
Snake eggs? No.
Baboons have no biological response for a creature that is hidden in plain sight. The python is highly tuned to vibrations and scent to detect an approaching troop. When a youngster or a female drifts too close, the python launches its coils with incredible speed. The bite has no venom, but it holds the prize fast. Leaving no room for escape. Research indicates the python can feel its catch's heartbeat through its skin. tightening with every pulse, until the rhythm comes to a rest. The sheer force ensures the baboon drifts away much faster than through a simple lack of air, but tightening with every pulse, until the rhythm comes to a rest. The sheer force ensures the baboon drifts away much faster than through a simple lack of air. No rescue is possible. Unlike the crocodile with its clear boundaries, the rock python has no set zone of concern. They could be anywhere. No warnings exist. There is no path back once the situation has gone south.
Oh shit.
This holds true not just in Africa, but in every wild kingdom under the sun. In the Amazon, thanks to the flawless patterns on its skin, the boa constrictor becomes one with the bark and forest floor. A howler monkey has encountered a difficult situation. He can sense every heartbeat of the other through his very own skin, adjusting the pressure with remarkable precision. The intense pressure leads to a pause in blood circulation. The howler monkey loses consciousness and slips away within mere minutes. Here, amidst the lush green canopy, the final transition arrives as a state of absolute silence. Compared to the wise and powerful baboon, the vervet monkey faces a far more demanding reality. In the realm of hunters, modest size is never an advantage. It only makes the list of those seeking you out for dinner longer and more unforgiving. For the vervet monkey, the list of adversaries stretches from agile felines to sky phantoms like the crowned eagle, to the formidable baboons themselves. In an environment where the end of the road can come from any direction, this primate has been forced to develop a defense system. The vervet monkey possesses a clear and sophisticated system of signals. This tactical information must be precise. A specific cry for the leopard, a hiss for the snake, and an alarm for the eagle. Young vervet monkeys must undergo a learning process to master this system. If a rookie mispronounces a call or gives a false alarm, the adults will coldly ignore them. Learn to speak the language of survival correctly. Here, knowledge is the line between a peaceful day and a somber finale. As the reptiles retreat into the shadows, the savannah once again welcomes the return of the sophisticated seeker. The leopard's sense of smell is so powerful. It can distinguish the specific scents of primates among the thousands of other aromas in the deep forest. He acts as a biological scanner, following the chemical trails left by the monkey troop on the branches.
I have no boots anyway. No boots. Where?
Absolute immobility. This is an intense psychological match between the seeker and the sought. If the primate's stillness is deep enough, it can mislead even the leopard's instincts. Unable to identify a target through movement, the seeker begins to doubt his own senses, and eventually decides to call it a day. Well done. Yet there are times when silence and the treetops are not the perfect refuge. The eagle is more than just a hunter. It is a high-performance machine, and the greatest challenge the troop will ever face.
He's your travel agent, but he's about to bring one up to a trip. They fly timeshare? So let me bring you to your timeshare real quick. Hey, bro, you got a timeshare in Belize, don't you? Like, yeah, how'd you know? Hey, bro, yo, let me see what you can do that. No problem. Eagle takes the motherfucking gator fucking traveler to his own crib, bro. And then picks him back up when he has wants to. Whew. Bro, Bruce, it wasn't.
The crowned eagle possesses superb vision, capable of spotting the slightest movement from more than 3 kilometers away. To them, the forest canopy is not a place to hide, but a detailed map. Each vervet monkey appears as a clearly marked destination, and when the Sky Phantom arrives, its ultimate tools are activated. The target's fate is often sealed in the blink of an eye once contact is made. For the eagle, the primate represents a premium source of protein. These primates are no mere snack, but a vital key to an entire species' survival. However, the eagle is highly selective. He does not make a move at random. By focusing on the most vulnerable, he ensures only the strongest lineages make the cut to carry on. In response, the primate has developed an incredibly complex language. Distinct calls are reserved for every specific type of specialized seeker. Amidst the maze of dense canopy layers in the Amazon, an ancient phantom silently reigns. The one that makes every primate tremble at the mere sound of its wings. The harpy eagle possesses talons that span up to 18 centimeters. With 14 primate species living here, it is the instrument of the final shadow. At a height of 30 meters, monkey, capuchin, and marmoset, tamarin are all on high alert. For the harpy, the fate of the prize is sealed. By sight alone, relentlessness always goes hand in hand with absolute efficiency. When an unfortunate subject is brought back to the nest, it disappears completely under the intense appetite of the seeker. The harpy eagle consumes it all.
That shit looks crazy, though.
Across the ocean, from the dense jungles of the Amazon, we find our way to the misty peaks of the Philippines. The Philippine eagle, the largest eagle in the world, and one of the rarest aerial seekers on the planet. Estimates suggest that breeding pairs are few and far between, with only about 392 remaining in the wild. Its primary focus is the flying lemur, the closest living relative of primates. Despite resembling flying squirrels, these mammals have much more developed membranes. When spread, they look like a massive square kite. This kite can glide for over 100 meters. For an eagle in a critically fragile state, a 1 kilogram flying lemur is a strategic energy source to nourish chicks. Here, amidst the dense canopies of the Philippines, the seeker and the sought, every link is equally vital. Even smaller than flying lemurs, the bush baby resembles a blend of a squirrel, a cat, and a tiny alien. For a little one of their size, Every shadow could potentially be the end of the line. The genet is one of the few arboreal specialists clever enough to challenge the masters of the canopy. Its long tail serves as a high-precision balancing tool, allowing it to navigate the branches like a seasoned tightrope walker. But even for a seasoned seeker who is playing for keeps, the savanna offers no guarantees. By releasing the energy stored in specialized tendons, a leap 30 times its body length is performed. Within this forest, the smallest players often have the greatest surprises up their sleeve.
Yes, that's a shim. That's not a bad one.
But in the shadows of the dense forest canopy, another seeker exists that doesn't rely on pure speed or random luck. Meet the chimpanzee, not just a close relative, but an exceptionally clever hunter. These chimpanzees don't chase, they search with an unsettling level of patience.
Why does your internet
Always buffer at the worst moment. Is your internet really as fast as your provider says? Find out in seconds with online internet speed test. Click here and test your internet speed now. Occasionally, they tap gently on the trunk, listening for the faintest vibrations from within. A probe to confirm a presence. Once the target is identified, the quest begins with a tool few would expect, and it's clear these primates really know the ropes. While adult males often prefer to show off their muscle by pursuing larger prizes on the ground, it is the females and juveniles who truly lead the pack in using this technology. It's a clever way to supplement their diet with precious protein without overexerting themselves. But the chimpanzee's wit doesn't stop with the tiny bush babies. Let's look deeper into this fascinating yet truly formidable primate.
Baboon. Okay.
Welcome to the circle of primates possessing complicated intelligence. Creatures like the chimpanzee and bonobo do not merely navigate the trials of the unforgiving wild. They also manage the upright to the... Welcome to the circle of primates possessing complicated intelligence. Creatures like the chimpanzee and bonobo do not merely navigate the trials of the unforgiving wild. They also manage the cutthroat rivalries within their own kind and the constant shifts of the world around them. Chimpanzees are not merely inhabitants of the wild. They are relentless strategists with a highly sophisticated social structure.
They're hunting now. Weapons.
Their intelligence is displayed through organized militias that conduct border patrols in absolute silence. Every step and every breath is measured to listen for and identify subtle signs of rivals hidden in the deep woods. But when it is time to move, that silence is a show of force meant to overwhelm the spirit of the opposition before the physical struggle even starts. Yet the real secret behind those calculating eyes is a mastery of political maneuvering. In the world of the chimpanzee, a leader's status is never guaranteed by physical power alone. They grasp the weight of political alliances, knowing exactly how to recruit partners into strategic coalitions to unseat a ruler and gain the upper hand. In this environment, every gesture is calculated, and every quiet moment may hold the seeds of a rebellion, a never-ending game of thrones. The bonobo is the closest relative of the chimpanzee, though once categorized by the scientific community as gentle plant eaters, bonobos are actually quite ready to display their seeking instincts should opportunity knock. Bowie is a female possessing a truly adventurous intellect. She has no need for brute force. She relies on strategic maneuvering. As the pursuit moves into the high canopies, we witness a masterpiece of coordination. This is a three-act performance with roles for each participant. First is the chaser. Next are the blockers. And finally, in the most strategic position, the ambusher. In the realm of the chimpanzee and bonobo, the final chapter for the one sort is merely the start of another game, troop politics. After the successful effort, the results become a powerful form of currency. The leader typically claims the lion's share, not just to satisfy a rumbling stomach, but to fulfill deeper strategic goals. He uses the rewards to strengthen the loyalty of his dedicated partners, or as a way to grease the wheels to maintain influence over other males. But there is a shadowy side. A cold intensity brought by high-level intellect, something that goes far beyond typical foraging. At Loango National Park in Gabon, the scientific community was shaken in 2019 and 2021 upon witnessing what can only be described as interspecies warfare.
Oh yeah, there is no problem.
For the first time in history, we saw chimpanzees form coalitions to engage and overcome their very own giant relatives, the gorilla. This was not a random outburst. These were organized confrontations lasting for extended periods. For decades, chimpanzees and gorillas lived in a fragile peace. But as climate changes depleted the forest's food supply, tolerance vanished, making room for intense survival instincts. Their goal is the removal of the competition. The formidable intelligence of the chimpanzee is best shown through the tactic of numerical supremacy. They understand that a single individual would be overwhelmed by a silverback, but 27 chimpanzees are an unstoppable force that proves there is strength in numbers. This intensity does not stop at the borders of other species. Chimpanzees even seek out adult baboons and even engage in the most extreme behavior.
Oh yeah. Oh, monkeys.
This is a somber reflection on evolution. The higher the intellect, the more sophisticated the capacity for conflict becomes. While the primate's intensity might unsettle us with its human-like echoes on the windswept savannas, another way of life proves to be a tough nut to crack for those trying to judge nature's morality. But there, intellect isn't used for turning on one's own, but to forge a collective hunting force that is among the most tireless on the planet. The source of that sound is the spotted hyena, the silent ghost ruling these wild plains.
So many of them. There's a huge.
Don't mistake them for mere scavengers, as these elite pursuers call the shots and bring down up to 95% of the food they consume. With a massive skull and powerful jaw muscles, they generate a bite pressure that rivals even a full-grown male lion.
No. Shit.
Their conical molars are fine-tuned to cleanly process even the sturdiest bone structures. Only the spotted hyena is capable of fully processing the entire skeleton of a Cape buffalo. Intense levels of hydrochloric acid in the stomach easily dissolve everything from horns and hooves to teeth, making use of every bit of nutrition. Unlike the big cats that prefer bursts of speed, these creatures are incredible marathon athletes. A massive heart, making up 1% of their body mass, is the engine that drives their long-distance pursuits. They trail their quarry at 60 kilometers per hour over distances of 10 kilometers until the opponent finally gives in to exhaustion. Spotted Hyena Society operates under a strict matriarchal system.
Wow, nice shot, bud. Nice shot. You're so good.
Larger and more assertive females hold absolute power throughout the clan's hierarchy. Even the status of the lowest ranking female takes precedence over any male in the group. Their social intelligence is on par with primates, thanks to their ability to strategize and remember long-standing friction. That signature laugh is actually a complex language, conveying age and status through specific vocal frequencies.
Hold on. I was gonna remain muted.
The long-standing feud between the spotted hyena and the lion is one of nature's most intense rivalries.
Bro. You guys are so fucking crazy good, bro. Hold on, bro. I was gonna.
This isn't just about food. It's a strategic effort to level the playing field and claim control over the entire ecosystem. Whenever the chance arises, a lion will eliminate a rival to remove direct competition.
Now you guys gonna listen to this shit. I was gonna be respectful. You guys are straight trash, bro. I'm gonna let you guys know what I'm fucking saying.
On the flip side, a large clan of spotted hyenas has the strength to surround and overcome a solitary lioness.
For decades, fans have been
Trying
anything
to
break their team's
Oh boy, nice save.
like lining up their fish fillets to
Nice save, bro.
That's fresh. If it's worth being a lifelong fan, it's gotta be the original.
Oh man, bro, my teammates are so good.
Despite a poor reputation, their hunched
Get out of the fucking
silhouette
way!
remains a symbol of extraordinary perseverance and grit in local cultures. But if the struggle between lions and hyenas represents nature's harshness, another corner of the continent offers a completely different definition of power. Moving away from the dusty plains and the chilling laughter of night hunters, we head deep into the ancient misty forests.
Thanks, broskies. Oh, what a shot! What a shot, bro! Thank you for taking that from me.
Welcome to the Sanctuary of the Giant, where power is not for display, but to redefine biological limits.
Bro, we're gonna lose this. I already know. I can already tell we're gonna lose.
Here, we meet the Silverback, a living tank reaching a weight of 195 kilograms. But that figure is nothing compared to what lies beneath that dark fur.
Oh, got no chance. One more. Oh, no.
Let's make a comparison to see our own modest scale. While world-class athletes spend decades in rigorous training to lift 500 kilograms, a mature mountain gorilla can effortlessly hoist 815 kilograms.
Hold on.
The equivalent of more than 10 adult men combined.
Bro, it's like the recycle and the trash were out the same day, bro, and you guys are all out.
This is not a result of practice.
Holy shit, how do you guys build
that strength is simply a cut
Oh
above.
my goodness.
With incredibly dense muscles and an unbelievable skeletal structure, their bodies are masterpieces of weight bearing, allowing them to peel back the bark of ancient trees or snap aged
I'm
bamboo
looking
like
at
a dry
chimpanzees right now.
twig.
Chimpanzees are fucking smarter than you guys. Oh my lord,
Many often bark up the wrong tree when looking at their plant-based menu and assuming a feeble jaw.
It's like
But in truth, the silverback possesses a bite force twice that of a lion, and far beyond even the most spirited grizzly bear. Although primarily used for grinding tough and fibrous plants in efforts to safeguard their kin from leopards or intruders, these claws become a decisive tool that can settle a matter in a single snap.
Oh, you take the boot, bro. You're not gonna do nothing with it. Oh my god, I don't know why I saved it. Why did I just save that? I shouldn't
This
have
is
done
an
it.
intriguing paradox of nature. How can a creature that strictly
I'm sorry, guys,
consumes
for saying
leaves
that. I
and
should have let you
bamboo
guys
shoots
get that.
and the
You guys
occasional
deserve to
ant build such a massive muscular empire?
Nightmare the next round.
The answer lies in a specialized digestive system.
I hope you're not talking about me.
Within
I hope you're not
the
talking about me.
belly, where specific
I hope you're not talking about me.
bacteria
Trash,
transform
man.
cellulose
Oh, I hope
into
you're not talking about me,
energy
brother.
and essential
Yo,
amino
because you guys
acids.
got fucking points. That shit don't mean nothing.
Navigating the steep terrain of high
I
altitudes
hope-
every day is a high-intensity cardio session, turning their lives
I
into a
hope
perpetual
not, bro.
workout.
I really hope not, brother. I really hope not, bro. I'm let's blocking shit, bro. I could care less about the goals.
Despite possessing
There you go.
strength
See, like,
that could
there's
overwhelm
no fucking
almost
block, bro.
any
You guys are
challenger,
fucking ass,
the
bro.
mountain gorilla
I don't know which
chooses
one's
the
which,
path
but
of
yo, you
gentle
guys are so
giants.
fucking bad.
They are
bro.
proof that true
Oh my
power does
God,
not
bro.
always need to walk
I
hand
hope-
in hand with
I
force.
hope, bro.
Rather than engaging in
Jesus
unnecessary
Christ.
unpleasantries, the leader often chooses to beat his chest, creating echoes throughout the forest as a display of capability. It is a form of acoustic diplomacy, a reminder that I have the means to conclude our encounter, but I choose peace.
What trash.
It is an ironic truth that if a gorilla had the nutrition and medical support available to humans, his strength would likely go off the charts compared to any current records.
Such a bad game, bro. Oh my god. I'm gonna be sick.
In the shadows of the Rwandan forests, royalty is not granted by a crown. It is written in the color of time. The silver coat of power is the uniform of the ruler.
Disgusting. Terrible.
Maturity does not arrive by chance. When a male reaches 12 or 13 years of age, testosterone levels surge in the bloodstream.
Definitely take this.
The jet black fur begins its transition to silver. It's much like a man growing a beard and showing his physical strength. The king is prepared to lead an empire.
Bro, why didn't you just go? Why didn't you go?
Compared to the females or younger males, the blackbacks, a true silverback is like an armored tank. Twice the size, multiple times the strength. Atop his head, the sagittal crest bone ridge rises high. This is the anchor for the most powerful jaw muscles in the primate world.
Oh shit, nice goal, bro. Good shit, bro.
The arm span is notably longer and thicker, built for displays of force, or to shield the troop from lingering challenges within the deep woods.
There you go.
It's so much fun teaming up with the Seraphim and Island Firm, two songs iconic songs. Check it out on YouTube, your one-stop shop for music.
This strength serves as the family's final safeguard. We have witnessed brave silverbacks protect their group by tossing aggressive visitors like the chimpanzee into the air, like outdated toys. However, authority always comes with its own set of challenges. Within the group, if too many males live together, intense internal struggles will break out to decide who truly calls the shots. And this is the true burden of a ruler, the one who makes the final sacrifice. While other species may choose to retreat when facing a challenge, the silverback has the duty to make a stand. He draws all eyes to himself, becoming the sole focus for a seeker or a leopard. An exchange to provide time for the females and the little ones to reach safety. The future of the entire troop rests solely on the well-being of this king. If the silverback reaches his limit without an immediate successor, the kingdom will fade into the mist. Here, among the clouds of the highlands, the life of a king is the very heartbeat of his people.
Oh, you guys did some good saving over there, let me tell you. You guys did some great saving, let me tell you. Oh, let me tell you, you guys did some great fucking saving though.
If mountain gorillas are the pensive giants of the highlands, then within the lower reaches of the Gabon jungle, we find the most peculiar mobile pallet ever crafted, the mandrill.
Oh, nice shot, bro. Nice shot.
This is where biology meets abstract art, creating a complex yet highly effective player in the game of survival. The mandrill stands as the most vibrant mammal on the planet. Mature males possess a face decorated with a bright red nose and blue cheeks marked by distinct deep blue. This vividness even extends to their backside with bold shades of blue and purple.
Look, and then you're gonna go after the... What are you doing?
Science tells us this is no mere vanity. These colors reflect the testosterone levels within.
You get shot in the fucking head.
The healthier and more influential the male, the more vibrant his appearance
I can
becomes.
tell you what to do, but you're not gonna listen, so there's no point in me saying it.
It is a living billboard of strength, a clever display to attract partners and discourage rivals without spending energy on unnecessary physical conflicts.
I'm the garbage one too. Oh, look at that!
Don't let
Nice
that
shot,
colorful
bro.
exterior fool you.
Oh my
The
god!
mandrill
Is that the
is
Mexican?
the largest member of the old world monkey family.
Fucking idiot.
A mature male can weigh up to 50 kilograms of solid, dense muscle.
Go ahead, take the shot. Oh, no, I guess.
Though shorter than gorillas, they are heavyweight contenders with natural tools that rival top seekers. A male's canines can reach 5 centimeters, a size that is in the same league as a mature lion's.
Of course you just take this shot. Oh, I touched the ball. I touched the ball.
They are ready to show these striking jaws to challenge a leopard or to settle the hierarchy in high-stakes matches for dominance.
Everything just looks like a little ball, bro. I can't see color.
Unity is the ultimate strength that helps them thrive among the shadows of the old-growth forest. While most other primates live in small groups, mandrills establish massive social circles known as hordes.
Try to save the fucking ball,
In
right?
Gabon, researchers have observed supergroups of over 1,300 individuals. One of the largest and most complex social gatherings ever recorded among non-human primates.
Oh my god.
To make the most of foraging in open, exposed areas, they possess a convenient secret: expansive cheek pouches. They can fill these pouches with fruit, seeds, and insects to quickly move to safety before enjoying their meal. Here, in the heart of Africa, splendor and practicality go hand in hand to tell the story of a colorful ruler who uses both his appearance and his might to safeguard his empire
Take the shot, you fucking
against
idiot.
all
Take the shot.
challenges.
There you go, you get tartar.
In the natural world, sometimes a perceived flaw is actually the ladder that carries you to the peak of adaptation. Meet the colobus, a primate whose very name carries a heavy dose of irony. Derived from the Greek kolobos, their name means physically impaired. Why? Because unlike most of us, they lack a thumb. Or if they have one, it is merely a useless fragment of bone. But don't be too quick to feel sorry for them. Missing a thumb is actually a brilliant evolutionary refinement. It turns their hands into a perfect hook, allowing them to swing and move through the branches at incredible speeds in the high canopy without ever worrying about getting snagged.
Snaggers. Watch snags, everybody.
If there were a competition for digestive prowess, the colobus would surely be in a league of their own when it comes to raw vegetation. Scientists call them the cows of the primate world, thanks to a very specialized digestive system.
These fucking, like these guys, their fucking hair did yesterday.
Instead of a single stomach like other monkeys, they possess a multi-chambered stomach, just like cattle, where specialized bacteria ferment and break down cellulose from even the oldest leaves. Their ability to process toxins is so powerful, they can casually enjoy leaves that would be a final sentence for any other primate. Though they spend most of their time sitting still to process low-energy foliage, they become skilled long jumpers when necessary. A single leap from a colobus can reach a distance of 6 meters through the air. In that moment, the long white fur on their sides, known as a mantle, along with a massive fluffy tail, fanned out to act as a natural glider, helping them stabilize their path and land with precision. Their survival is also guarded by a sophisticated social strategy that begins at the very start of life. All colobus infants are born with pure white fur, standing out sharply from the black and white patterns of their parents. This striking color is a clear visual signal that draws the attention of the whole troop and triggers a communal care system where other females pitch in to take turns holding and caring for the little one on behalf of the mother. However, in a universe of unforgiving balance, their slow pace while processing a meal in the trees has made the colobus, especially the red colobus, a primary focus in organized quests. They are the favorite protein source for chimpanzees and even bonobos. In the deep canopy, the stillness of the colobus is a thin line before they become a chapter in the dramatic pursuit of the most elite seekers. Here, every leaf consumed is traded for a need to keep a weather eye out for the phantoms lingering on nearby branches. Brace yourself for a breathtaking journey to ancient volcanic peaks, where life is forged through unbelievable escapes right before the grasp of the most formidable hunters. Right now, let's step into an ocean of sun-scorched golden grass covering the north of the 1,122 square kilometer Akagera landscape. This is the largest protected wetland in Rwanda and Central Africa. It is known as the miniature Serengeti, but hidden beneath this peaceful beauty lies one of nature's most brutal arenas. This place witnesses breathtaking chases every single day. The leopard and the serval. Two bolts of lightning scorching the grass beneath the harsh sun. In northern empires like the Serengeti or the Masai Mara, servals are ghosts. They are elusive, rare, and invisible. But here in Rwanda's Akagera, the density of servals is unusually high. They are among the most efficient hunting machines on the savannah. The serval's hunting success rate reaches 50%, double that of the lion. They dominate the undergrowth, a kingdom of tiny assassins.
For those of you looking to list and
Sell your ride, Denali's your vehicle for free on eBay until July 15th, with 0 listing fees on all eligible vehicle listings and no limit on the number of vehicles. To take advantage of this limited time opportunity, I'll be looking to see what you're listing until July 15th.
But where prey gathers in abundance, the true monsters will follow. That is the inevitable law of nature, and this leopard understands that law all too well. Africa's solitary hunter knows this is a biologically mismatched battle. The agile prey weighs a mere 13 kilograms, while the leopard is a moving block of muscle weighing 60 kilograms, 4 times the weight and 10 times the strength. An easy feast if executed correctly. Atop a termite mound, the serval is hard at work. The longest legs relative to body size in the cat family provide an absolute advantage for peering over the tall grass. Its giant ears act like two radar dishes, capable of rotating 180 degrees independently. It is scanning for the ultrasonic frequencies of rodents trembling underground, but it has missed the breathing of death itself. Leopard has no desire to race the serval, a creature capable of speeds up to 80 kilometers per hour. Its rosette-patterned coat helps the leopard blend into the dappled sunlight of the plains. The gap closes to 5 meters. Leopard's speed has now reached 60 kilometers per hour.
That's about 40. 40 to 35. Siri, how fast is an ostrich?
The flow of oxygen is cut off, and life is drained away. The small, agile predator could not outrun its fate. But victory on the Kilala Plains always comes with risk. In this vast, open expanse, no wall exists to block the scent of fresh blood. The wind, the savannah's most treacherous messenger, has carried the message of death for kilometers, and a spotted hyena has picked up that signal. The spotted hyena draws closer. There are no allies here, yet the spotted hyena remains supremely confident. It knows the leopard is a solitary hunter. If injured, the leopard will be unable to hunt and will starve. That is the psychological leverage hyenas often use to intimidate the faint-hearted. But today may just be an unlucky day for the spotted hyena. The leopard has no intention of abandoning a high-quality meal like the serval. A meal it has fought so hard to secure. The leopard's resilience has forced the hyena to back down. The balance of risk and reward is not worth the price of a life. The leopard has secured its prize, but it understands that in Rwanda, peace is merely a fleeting pause between battles. The leopard and the spotted hyena, which predator impresses you more? Leave a comment below and let's see how many people share your opinion. The humiliating defeat by the leopard has not deterred the spotted hyena. On the contrary, hunger and pride have driven it to place an even greater wager, to steal a kill from a lion. This perilous mission demands greater resources. A hyena clan can number in the dozens, led by the largest female. The power of the pack is their most crucial weapon in battles against lions. Unfortunately, their target is a solitary male lion. A male lion can weigh up to 220 kilograms, 3 times the size of his enemy. His massively developed forequarter muscles can deliver a swipe capable of shattering a spotted hyena's spine or skull. Yet the hyenas remain supremely confident in their numerical advantage. The meal is separated from them by only one more battle.
They'll keep fighting. They'll keep fighting, and then once they realize they're fucked, they're out.
An unlucky day for the hyena pack. But this clash is not merely a struggle for a meal. It is the echo of a battle for supremacy that has spanned decades in Akagera.
Is your private student loan debt keeping you up
at night? You really need to talk to Wi-Fi. Why refinance distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't
Straight up AI, bro.
They can save you.
25 years ago, under the pressure of humanity, the final roars of the Savannah Kings faded into silence. Lions were completely erased from the map of Rwanda. This was how the settlers here protected their livestock. Akagera National Park fell into a massive power vacuum for 15 years, and the spotted hyena seized the opportunity to ascend the throne. They proliferated unchecked, turning these plains into their private playground. But history turned a new page in 2015. The doors of specialized transport trucks swung open. The first 7 lions were reintroduced. The exiled kings had returned to reclaim their lost throne. The battle with the hyena clearly demonstrated the lion's dominant status. Despite an inferior bite force, the lion's canine teeth, measuring up to 10 centimeters, can pierce deep and cause rapid asphyxiation. And when combined with terrifying muscular strength, the hyena's numerical advantage is rendered meaningless. In its place, a primal fear rises as the king returns. However, driving off the spotted hyena is merely the first step in establishing order. The king's crown is constantly under challenge. The lions of Akagera are forced to confront a prey that never knows how to bow down: the African buffalo. Among professional hunters, this animal bears a chilling nickname: the Black Death. Silently ferocious creatures, they are ready to charge without warning. With a body mass of 900 kilograms, the male African buffalo is a veritable biological tank. It weighs 5 to 6 times the mass of a female lion. A height of up to 1.7 meters transforms it into an imposing, immovable wall. That is why a lion rarely attacks an African buffalo alone. They are compelled to deploy their most sophisticated pack tactics. The skin on the African buffalo's neck can be up to 5 centimeters thick. It is a natural layer of Kevlar armor that the lion's fangs and claws struggle to penetrate. But the lion's hunt does not always go according to plan. On the Kilala Plains, African buffalo congregate in massive herds. They create a pitch-black living fortress blanketing the grassland, and the herd itself is the ultimate counter-attack. The African buffalo's most terrifying weapon lies upon its head. A pair of horns that do not grow separately. Instead, they fuse at the base, forming a solid shield of bone known as the boss. And when necessary, it becomes a deadly scythe against the lion. This is the brutal reality of survival in Rwanda. New scars have deeply etched a harsh rule into the minds of the lions. The apex predator does not always emerge victorious. The lion, the leopard, and the African buffalo are 3 members of Africa's Big Five. Do you know which 2 species remain? Leave a comment. Big leopard and the African emerge victorious. The lion, the leopard, and the African buffalo are 3.
Bison? wild boar. Wild boar and a
Members
bison.
of Africa's Big Five. Do you know which two species remain? Leave a comment and keep watching to find the answer.
Come on.
This holds especially true as the lion leaves behind the vast plains of the north. Venturing west, the terrain begins to undulate dramatically, giving rise to the majestic Mutumba Hills. This is the backbone of Akagera, and it is also a death trap that every predator must approach with caution. Yet the leopard decides to venture into this region. To remain on the plains means facing intense competitive pressure from lions and hyenas. Mutumba, with its rolling hills, has always been a barrier to many predators. And the peak, rising to 1,825 meters, presents a constant challenge for those accustomed to the flat terrain of the plains. The leopard has spotted the prey it seeks, the cliff springer. Hunting mode is instantly activated.
The cliff springer?
Had this been the Kilala Plains, the leopard could have ended this hunt quickly. But here in Mutumba, the klipspringer possesses a trusted ally. The steep, precipitous cliffs, their specialized escape routes.
Oh yeah, they just jump off. They just jump off the cliff, bro. It's just crazy. Oh yeah, they just jump off the cliff, bro.
This is the secret weapon of the tiny klipspringer, standing only about 50 centimeters tall. They move on the very tips of their hooves rather than using the entire sole like other ungulates. The two cylindrical hooves cluster together, no larger than a coin. The fleshy pads underneath act like rubber suction cups, providing absolute traction. This structure allows it to stand firm on rock ledges a mere 30 millimeters wide. A weight of less than 15 kilograms allows the klipspringer to toy with gravity. It flies up cliffs 5 times its own height. A superior vestibular system allows for perfect balance. And just like that, the leopard is left far behind in frustration. Here in the Mutumba Hills, raw muscle power has been defeated by nature's miraculous adaptation. Nature has not taken the side of the predator. But hunger does not permit the leopard to surrender. As night descends, draping a pitch-black veil over the hillsides, it turns its sights to new prey. Baboons, specifically the olive baboon, the loudest residents of this mountain region. The leopard's eyes are equipped with a reflective layer behind the retina known as the tapetum lucidum. They absorb 6 times more light than the human eye. Conversely, visual weakness compels the primates to sleep on high branches to avoid ambush. But the leopard is a master climber. In the darkness, the balance of power tips heavily in favor of the leopard. But the tide turns immediately with the arrival of dawn. No longer the panicked, helpless prey of the dark, the baboons instantly launch a counterattack. The alpha males, armed with 5 centimeter long canines, lead the charge to overthrow the predator. baboon's tactic, known as mobbing, has worked. The leopard is a flawless assassin, but it possesses a fatal weakness. It is alone, and a single wound could completely compromise its hunting ability, sentencing it to starvation. The calculus of survival forces the leopard to retreat. The Mutumba Hills have once again proven to be the place where the hunted turn the tables. Are you more impressed by the Klipspringer's evasion or the baboon's counterattack against the leopard? The wiser leopards have made preparations for the times when hunts fail. They return to isolated, secluded trees. There,
and then they become very, very desperate. Very desperate, and then that's when they come up to those little, I guess, Klipspringers, bro, and they'll follow them down these fucking mountain cliffs, and it's just like a fucking, it's like going down with no parachute, bro, and just fucking hitting all these rocks, bro, and just trying to get something. They're so hungry.
They have stashed kills from
previous hunts. Rock-solid muscles allow this cat to hoist prey weighing as much as, or even double, its own body weight up to 10 meters high. A shrewd strategy to keep their prize safe from thieves.
I guess they go by now, though. Fucking sick.
But unfortunately, the lions have discovered this tree. Contrary to popular belief, the king of the savannah can climb trees proficiently. However, a body mass exceeding 100 kilograms means they rarely display this skill.
We'll go there. They're hungry enough, bro. Look at this. They can't be bounced on the twitch, though. Oh shit, man, why are you censoring me? That's okay, bro. Oh man, bro.
Lions are not frequent visitors to the Mutumba Hills. The kings of the savannah prefer the flat plains, where they can conserve maximum energy. Climbing slopes burns calories at a dizzying rate, a luxury this massive predator cannot afford. Only males cast out from their prides are forced to wander into the central or southern regions. The wanderers, nomadic males, the Mutumba Hills, become their migration corridor. Hunting in this rugged terrain is nearly an impossible mission. That is why the lions target the trees where leopards stash their kills. Here in Mutumba, the density of leopards is 10 times that of lions. If they can just locate the hidden cache, the lions' hunger will be satisfied. However, when the leopards remain elusive, the lions of Mutumba are left with no other option. They are compelled to hunt in terrain that is not their forte, and here they clash with an adversary that seems to defy the laws of physics. The common eland, one of the largest antelope species on Earth.
Tell me they start jumping off the cliff. Oh damn it, he's skinny, bro. We need some food. Oh. Bro, tell me they're about to jump off the cliffs, bro. Please. Inside it?
A mature male eland can weigh up to 900 kilograms, equivalent to an African buffalo. But that massive frame cannot stop them from performing.
Oh, caray. Fuck.
The success rate for such raids reaches 75%. The road antelope in Akagera is a constant adhering to their bare skin, and still, without any rarely displayed this skill.
Right here. Boom. Boom. Yeah, I love that. Oh. Jump off the cliff, bro. I want to see him jump off the cliff, bro.
A mature male eland can weigh up to 900 kilograms, equivalent to an African buffalo. But that massive frame cannot stop them from performing spectacular leaps. From a standstill, without any run-up, the eland can clear heights of up to 3 meters. Its hindquarters are packed with fast-twitch muscle fibers, transforming its legs into giant biological springs. Those legs are also a formidable weapon for counterattack. When escape is impossible, the eland instantly transforms from an aerial dancer into a instantly transforms from an aerial dancer. Possible. The eland instantly transforms from an aerial dancer into a gladiator. Its rear kick can shatter the skull of an adult lion. Far from his favored territory, even the king must bow. Among the predators featured, which species impresses you the most? Please leave your choice in the comments section. The white-backed vulture also chooses to stand apart from the predator's war. However, the moment the hunt concludes, they spring into action. That is why they are considered one of Africa's most efficient cleanup crews. The white-backed vulture is a master of aerodynamics. To conserve energy, they rarely flap their wings, which span over 2 meters. Instead, they ride columns of hot air, thermals, rising from the Earth to ascend to altitudes of 3,000 meters. Their wing structure, with primary feathers splayed like fingers, reduces air resistance and provides absolute balance control. From this height, vision becomes the white-backed vulture's soup. And it's all because my baby.
Marker 5, 4. You know what? Oh, I keep fucking throwing things out. Cycle. One of the subsidies that the only way you can fucking get him to be said. See nothing. It's turn him off essentially. That's what the whole thing. The whole thing. Say it now it's off. I'm back on. Back over all. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 22, 24, 25, 26, 25, 26. I'll try again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Right here. 12. It's pretty cool. I like that. Let's remember that shit. That's what sucks. Banger. Yes, I will bang her. You want to see one of these shit. Bags. Oh, I get a fucking thick ass fucking brown through red. It's like a bag of chips, dog. Thick ass bag, bro. No bullshit. Sheesh. Oh my gosh, dirty shit right there. Oh. What's that cell phone guy, bro? We're stuck in number 8. Stuck in number 8. Anything's posted back. So when were these shits fucking acquired though? They don't give me that. When were these fucking acquired? That's what I want to know. Statement period. 3/26, 2026, 3/26, 2026. No. When were these stuff? I kept my fucking ass out of that, bro. I got beef. I got beef my fucking insurance money. Just magically I made $1,800 for my income tax check, or $1,900. Just magically, I owe SNAP for overdue or fucking SNAP benefits. I owe them $1,722. Yeah, okay. shit, bro. Fucking liars. Piece of shit, fucking fatty liar, bro. Fuck out of here, bro. No way you can prove it. No way you can prove it. I don't know. If you do prove it, you know, I'm like, nah. We don't believe you, piece of shit. Fucking faggots, bro. He's my fucking dickhead, bro. I don't fucking remember, bro. He even says, it's so funny. He even says, maybe he's posted, well, not here. My statement, it says statement period 3/26/2026 to 3/26/2026. I accumulated $1,700 worth of fucking overdue status in one day. Fuck out of here, bro. Piece of shit, yo. Piece of fucking filth. Piece of fucking filth, bro. Piece of fucking filth, bro. It just makes me wonder, bro. What if my last name's like Gonzalez or some shit? I highly doubt I get. That might sound like racist, whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck, bro. I'm just trying, because all I know, bro, every time I went to that fucking social services building, bro, all I know, bro, that fucking Spanish ladies really look at me funny when I don't speak Spanish back to them, bro. Let me tell you. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. You see, worse than the black ladies. Because immediately, alright, so immediately the black ladies look at the black people, right? The Spanish people, like, it's not even a hit or a miss. Like, you already know that family's Spanish. Me? Yeah, my ass, bro. Yeah. You guys, I asked me to lose my paperwork. I asked for fucking rental assistance, bro. Not no Section 8 shit. Rental assistance. I need like $200 a month from you guys just for me to get by. No. Lost my paperwork twice, bro. Relax, bro. Relax, bro. You fucking relax, bro. Piece of fucking filth. Dog shit, bro. Yeah, you got fucking. Yeah, either got blacks fucking living for free, or you got fucking goddamn 20 people in a Spanish household fucking paying goddamn $100, not even fucking for fucking 20 people in their fucking house. Fuck out of here, bro. Fuck some shit, bro. I'll tell you that. Don't piece of shit. Tired of this shit, bro. I think we're the most openly racist, or racist, I don't even know, most prejudiced upon ever. Blatantly. Like, celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. Like, how much of a scumbag must you be? And it's even white liberals too, bro, so I'm not even fucking, I'm pointing to everybody. Fucking, just like a little cool or some shit. Fuck it. Oh no, we didn't really believe in his views. Who gives a fuck what you believed or didn't believe in his views? Fuck you. Deserves to get fucking shot in the neck or whatever the fuck happened to him? Okay. Fuck you, are disgusting, bro. Disgusting, bro. Disgusting. This is going to do, bro. Americans in fact, I go outside, bro. I didn't want to get to have a conversation with somebody. Hey, fucking. I didn't go to the boy. I'm not. So it's not like a fucking thing. Keep it so low. Play the night drug cell. Really? Just one, my brother's one like that. I'll say one. 39 years old. Fucking slave owner, you fucking Nazi. Everything in this book is stuff. Before you know, bro, whatever you thought wasn't ever gonna happen, bro, it's gonna happen. That's what they really put the clamps on everybody, bro. That's what they really do with clamps on everybody. Because I think they see, bro. They kind of see that people like, I think just white people doing the best they can. So civilized. Bro, for the most part, bro, government, bro, like, they didn't think that fucking people were gonna be able to fucking stick out this long and just be like, yo, you're still not killing each other? I don't think they think that was gonna happen for that long. They're looking at each other, these fucking globalists, these people that run shit. Yeah, I say it like this. Literally, this is my, never heard before, this is my representation of what's going on. So, imagine you're in the prison yard with a fucking guard tower. It's like a goddamn, what do they call them? Not a mausoleum, not a monument. So you can kind of say it like that. Wait, listen to people. I ain't fucking talking. You don't listen to me when I'm talking right in front of me. Just fucking ranting, bro. I'm ranting to myself. People that just walk by and see like me doing this. Like, oh, this kid's sick. Fuck's got some penis. They're probably putting that camera. Look at this fucking white cracker, bro. I knew it. You always knew it. These white crackers was fucking crazy. Right? Bag. You need to take pretty fat, bro. Because you need to fucking such shit. Makes some close causes to take it back. Those are we never get us. You guys check out the kayak for a second. Especially come back real quick. You know what? Hey, good one, come back. Oh, they'll come back. You know the magic bird and shit. They do the dog in the middle of the field. Two flip into the corners. Myself, the original owner, I don't think that is doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be going to the guy like that with the shit, not me, right? Well, like, I know like the little, like I know the whistle, I probably have like the treats in my pocket so you can hear the rapper. I know, I got the cheat code, bro. Like, don't worry. This makes it suspenseful. Maybe I'll fucking wait till like you're up to say, jump right in your arms. I'll be like, just make it look good. Maybe take it into overtime or some shit. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying is funny per se. That was kind of funny. Everything else, yeah, tough. Amazing material. I keep telling Tom's going to go. You know, it's like if I just get stuck or just like a problem, if I talk about what I'm about to start talking about, I just go into some private. What do you do? Model. Yo, you're down, bitch. Yo, you got plus, huh? Oh, I see everything. I see that shit. And before they get onto you though, before they fucking judges start judging you, bro, they make sure they put their their seatbelts on, huh? Like one of them signs on the mountain, Kirby Road. That's there now. I'm just trying to figure out, is that a one road or is that a dome? No. 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 Can't beat the balls, so that's just hurt. Stay there, bitch. What the fuck, bro? I'm pretty sure Jews are white, bro. Looks pretty white to me, bro. Sorry. Looks pretty white to me. I want straight color, bro. So my brown when it gets in, I'm gonna. Yeah. Made me fucking favorite doing 200. So just off him alone, I made $500. No bullshit. I sold them twice. One time, $350. Got them back for free. Next time, no. Got them back because these two lesbian chicks was like, every time we come downstairs, your Faraday's just mounting. I think he said it is a mount. They just mount our ferry from the top. I'm like, for real, bro? I told him, like, bro, like, yo, if we just hold on for a couple of weeks or so, we'd see if we can get this buy or some shit. No, you take them. We're doing this right. I'm like, yo, you know I'm not giving you guys any money, right? Like, you kind of hesitated for a second. I'm like, no, we know. All right. Oh, I know, like, no, like, no, it's not boring. Probably just not getting but still, like, that's why I would love to be a reader, bro. I think it was 7 different ones. No? I'm just making money from it. Like, literally, like, just taking away a fucking puppy or a fucking kitten from friend, bro. I don't know if I feel right about that. It's not like a fucking number, bro. These more about me. These more about me. I feel this. I literally feel too. You got a lot of blacks, bro. Lots of blacks that fucking breed too. I want to talk about slavery, bro. Sorry, I kind of just put two and two together right at the right time, bro. It's kind of fucking slavery. I said, it's cool, bro. You want to be as your dog as a family member, bro. Touche. What to you? Alright, bro. And so you like this, I see you like constantly trading up, right? You had like a fucking beat down Beagles to begin with, bro. What I'm talking about, the ears flopping, bro. Just king, you didn't even know if you could hear anymore, bro. He's just hearing things from 30s, bro. He's hearing like shit, like, dude, like, he probably saw the fucking Native Americans listen to the ground, the railroads, to see the railroads going. Bro, it's just coming for about 5 hours, bro. It's just, you got the ear down all the time, bro. Bird. That's bad, bro. Let me tell you, right? Tell you. Was it this game? What was your reason? Fuck, really? What is it, man? Tell me. So it's felt. Done? It's you? The boxers and double sword. Yeah. Alright, so what should you do? I'm going to touch him the way. Touch it. Touch it. See, very good. Is that later? Not right. That's me.